Aha, okay, we've got 720p now. We've got 1080p now. We've got 1080p now. Finally. It's happened, guys. Guys, it's happened, guys. Wait, what? Yeah, okay. Thanks for tuning in. Oh, I did start a new one. And the old one was updated too. And I was impatient. Wait. Am I dumb? I've got these random 3 streams. Yeah, I'm stupid. I'm stupid. I'm stupid. Can't even make a good live stream. It literally updated to 1080p at the same time. What have I done? Uh, can I? I should have trusted the process. This should be working now. Sure. Can I still do this? Yeah, I can. Ugh. Oh, the bunnies are back. Oh. I'm just a legit way. This is Super Mario if he's in the Renaissance era. Yes, this is Mario Back in Time. This is the new sequel. Why is there a blue bunny now? I need a drink. Ready for murder. That's a nice sound, actually. This game's not retro enough. When John Blow was making this game, he was like, I love retro, and so he made his own Mario fan game. Is that key green? No, it's not. I don't think that's a real number. I'm not sure though. Oh no. No, no. No! I can't reverse on this level. Because it's called irreversible. Come on. There you go. Oh no, I did it anyway. The claw. I wonder if the glitch is still a thing on the next world. I wonder if he can still do it. Oh man, wait, let's play the video. Wait. Soldier Boy Braid. Let me get the desktop capture.
Hey, it's your boy Soulja Boy Tell 'em. And they got this game, right, for people who smoke or people who drink. Like if you drink beer and you get drunk, or if you smoke weed and you get high, and you just anything, like if you just be getting fucked up. They got this game, right? Oh no, this shit called Braid. Oh no, the fuck. Hey, watch this shit. It's about this little guy in a suit, and he walk around, and they ain't got no point to the game. You just walk around jumping on shit. It look like.
Okay, that's enough of that. Is my stream really frozen? I can't, like, navigate. Okay. Okay, this is funny. This cannon right here, I remember John Blow did a talk about this game, and he said he was sorry about putting the cannon here. But why is it here in the remastered version? It's just because it's really hard to navigate a YouTube stream for some reason. It's like if I try and click and drag, it just still thinks I'm clicking and dragging even though I've just clicked. And it's super annoying. This is the YTP game. Swells. Yay. Get no scope. Get no scope. Whoa. Get no scope. Whoa. Man. What am I doing? I forgot to do this one. Because I always used to do it the cheat way. Well, yeah, now I can't get in there. Oh no, what am I talking about? You're supposed to go in here. My Magagok, we're gonna have some baby. Give me that puzzle, please. Yo, I'm seeing happy faces in my chat. Yo, thank you for the happy faces. Thank you for the hearts. Thank you for the blizzies. Ding dong. Oh my god, was that a tubular bell? That was very strange. That was very unique, unusual. The princess? She must have died. Oh, in another castle. Of course. Okay, that's okay. Okay, my favorite world's the next one, so I'll oh, well, that's probably gonna be the best one. I just want to do this real quick. Did I miss a piece? No, I didn't. There we go. I've just forgotten where that one went. This world represents alcoholism clearly. Excuse me? I missed a piece. Wait, did I miss one on the last? I did. I missed one. Oh, I missed that one. That's right. Hold on. Let me just do the easy way. Oh wait, no, I was meant to do that before. Shit, I'm noob. Wait. I was meant to do this. Where's the highest point of this? Like there? Yeah. Okay. No, I don't think you can do it anymore. Actually, I gotta figure out how to do it the normal way. Okay, now I'm here. Now all I just gotta do is rewind. Never mind. Guess I don't do that. Oh no, am I supposed to just? Oh no, that's easy. What am I talking about? I just do that and then go back. His turnaround sprite is like a bit different to where he usually looks. Oh no, I needed to. Crap. Cool, I'm figuring out puzzles again. There's new puzzles in the remastered version too. Like there's new ones, but I have yet to know what they are. Because all this I've played, but I just have to. Okay, there we go. I got it. I got it. I got it. Okay. Okay, World 4 now. Visiting his parents. Oh, this is the super ambience now. This is gonna be the music box, isn't it? It's higher pitched than it usually is. I want to see if I'm gonna see if the glitch is still there. Wait, I gotta get like right. Come on, come on. No, it's not a thing anymore. Give me that key, bish. Yeah, listen to him climb up the ladder. There's sounds for that now. wonder if I can make it hump the ground. Wait, the Goombas have turning around sprites. Look at that. It's so weird seeing them like that. Booyah. No. Whoa. Wait, how do I get rid of that one on the far left? Oh, I know what to do. I just gotta stand up here. And then I have to rewind. Damn it. There we go. Pretty sure there is a secret in this level too. Damn it. Whatever, I'll get it later. Get revived. Whoa, that was quick. God damn it. Let me through. Is that platform off? No, it's just longer than the cloud. Come on, take it. Take the key. Take my key. Take it. It's yours. Wait, that's not what I meant to do. Wait. God damn. Wait. I meant to do this. No, that's not what I meant to do. Wait. I'm supposed to kill him. Yeah, and he gets away. He gets away. Oh man. Wait, was I? I've like actually forgotten how to do this one. Wait, oh yeah, I'm supposed to go in there first, go back, let him take the key, and then I just rewind back in there. That's what I'm supposed to do. Or that, you know. Just stop doing trick shots on me, just take the fucking key. Come on. Faster, faster. Well, obviously I can't go back with that, so I need the Goomba again. Bitch ass Goomba. And that's done. Ready for some heartbreak? Oh, this looks different. This looks cool. That's not my favorite world though. The map comes back. Map pack comes back to make one final theory. Rockets in the 1970s. Bombs. princess. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. I'm good at games, by the way. Like, I'm a pretty good gamer, so if I die, just ignore that, because it wasn't supposed to happen. I'm supposed to kill that thing. Oh no, I know I can leave that. Whoa, that was cool. I just did like a skid, I don't know what that was. Wait, I'm trying to get my pace back. There we go. Get over here! Wait, I didn't even need to do that. He's just supposed to go to. Oh yeah, he's supposed to go down on that platform. I'm stupido. There you go. I'm a genius. Like, this is a blind playthrough, obviously. Clearly. I've never seen these puzzles before. Whoa. The art is so good, though. Oh wait, I know what to do. Wait, I was supposed to jump on that. Yeah, I was supposed to jump on that. Flip it. They got his game, right? People who smoke, people who drink. That thing is ugly. That's a way more dramatic death than it used to be. Ah, some greenies. Humph, humph. Which way's the right way for this one? Oh, so that was right. This is very satisfying to do. Having to click in like that. Lock in shit. It's time for the rig. Ooh. Oh, you can see his sprites now. Look at that. You can see his sprites now. Look. They look like, I don't know. Anyway. Oh yeah, I know the music is way different in this world. Yeah. It's mixed way cooler in this world. No. Bitch. Bitch. Wait, it's weird in that picture. Oh yeah, this one is really cool looking. What does it all mean? Like, why is there hats here? Why is there a man with only clothes and no body? Is it a metaphor for, I don't know. Damn it. Stop it. Why did I place that stupid ring? There we go. I did it without the ring. That's funny. I gotta get a ring on that. Why am I getting frame drops? What was that about? What was that about? Drop, drop, drop. Oh no. There you go. Now I need to jump on his head. Put that there. What's it? I've got. Oh no, there's still one more I gotta get. Wait, did I? Oh yeah, there's still one more. It's back here. There we go. I need 2 of them though, don't I? Wait, I can just get all. I just get as many as I want. Oh, they die. Do I get anything for being up here? Pretty sure you can get up there. You can get on top of that, I think. It's a nice sprite. Oh, I didn't get up there. Never mind. Whoa. Oh, yeah, that's right. I can't rewind. Oh, yeah, I messed it up. I'm stupid. I meant to do this. Yeah, here we go. I just gotta wait for that. Or can I run past that? I wanna see if I can. Nope. Okay, now I can take it up, I think. Yeah, I can. Here we go. Whoa! Oh! 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 Yeah! Yeah. I'm trying to get him squished. Damn it. Come on, get squished. Oh. Ah. Yeah. I can't get out of here now, can I? Clearly I'm doing something I'm not supposed to do. Yeah, I can't get out of here now. With the key. Can I? I can't. I literally can't. I have a ring! What am I talking about? I'm supposed to do that. There we go. Genius. I get stuck there. Oh, wait, wrong one. Supposed to stand on the edge of that one. Oh no, I'm supposed to put a ring down. I have a ring in this stupid level. Okay. Here we go. Oh no. Can I get any higher? Oh, I didn't want to do that. Alright, that was the last puzzle piece anyway. Wait, I was meant to place the ring there, wasn't I? Yeah, I was. There we go. It's gonna be an epic catch. I'm gonna grab both of them at the same time. There we go. Yeah, I got here in like an hour. Yeah, I know, so long. Ah, okay, I see. Where's the corner piece? Did I miss one? I forgot a puzzle piece. Where was it? Oh, it's that one. Did I just grab the key and not even use it on the stupid door? I just grabbed the key and just left the level thinking I beat it. Oh my god. I just grabbed the key and didn't even use it on the door. Nope. Not to actually use the key. There we go. Now I have that corner piece I needed. Wherever it is. Oh, it's because wait. I'm stupid. That's not a corner piece. It's meant to be here. And it was that one the whole time. Alright, last world. Oh no, I missed it. Wait. Okay. Do you know anyone who's ginger? Oh yeah, Queso, of course. Look, the ground's shaking. Literally Queso. It's literally him. Is she gonna pull this stupid? Okay. Oh, they animated her bear in this version. Dun, 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 dun. Now time for the horrible twist. He can moonwalk. Oh my god, oh my god, Michael Jackson. Tim was a creep. Tim was a gooner creep the whole time. Help. Oof. Ugh. This is where he realizes that he's been caught, and he's gonna be in a YouTube commentary video. He's gonna get cancelled. He's gonna get cancer. He's gonna get cancer. He's gonna get cancer. Hey Tim, Ronald Reagan here. I never understood the singing in the epilogue. Oh. What about water-starved monkeys? Tim was a freak, man. Like, for real. Is this a metaphor for violence? What is this? What's this on WhatsApp? Oh. Building blocks, yeah. What does this mean? What does it all mean? Hey, I'm pro. Wait! Damn it. I've beaten the game now. Well, I got one of the stars. I should have to get the other ones now. Which I've forgotten. Have I unlocked dev commentary? I have. But I need to get the stars first. As soon as I close my WhatsApp, I get a message. Wait, I've forgotten it is. Where are the stars at? I know there's the 2-hour one. Oh no, I have to look up guides for that stuff. Let me look at the commentary.
This is an example of developer commentary. We want to give you as much freedom as possible so you can noodle around and play the game while commentary is active. You can enable and disable subtitles in the commentary menu or using this switch up here. You can stop commentary at any time by reactivating this commentary node or through the menu. From time to time, we show recordings of gameplay in order to illustrate the conversation. By default, these appear up in the corner of the screen, but if you desire, you can toggle them to full screen to see things better. When you do that, the game is paused. You can shrink the recording again to resume your own gameplay. We just did this automatically, but we'll let this recording go on for a while so you can try maximizing and minimizing for yourself.
Right.
Often there will be illustrations which are treated the same way. You can maximize them for best visibility or minimize them if you just want to play the game. When a commentary is done and you go on to the next one, the new illustrations appear in whichever mode you left the last commentary, maximized or minimized. We've touched up the graphics and sound for this edition of Braid, but if you want to play with the original graphics and sound, you can switch at any time. These are the old graphics.
Oh my god, ew!
And these are the new graphics. The commentary world is all new, so there are no old graphics to switch to when you're back there. It only works here in the main game.
Oh my god. Even the sound changes too. Is there a commentary note back here? Nope. Wait, did I just... I don't know what I did. Hold on. Okay. Are the commentary notes back? The commentary. Where's the commentary at? Go to commentary.
We've touched up.
Oh, I know you've touched up the graphics, but where's the next commentary? Is there something this way? Oh, yeah, of course. I'm gonna go to the programming one first. Yeah, I'll do the programming one first. Okay. This world looks really good in blue. Wait, is it? Oh, wait, this is binary, isn't it? Look, they're moving like binary. Yeah, look. Oh, I want to wait. They're making me wait. What's that one on the right? I mean, this is extra, so I shouldn't be here.
Programming World 4 so that these clouds would work was pretty interesting. Every frame, a video game must know how long it should simulate the motion of its objects in order to make the rendered scene look smooth. For most games, the simulated time matches the real time measured by the clock on your wall. If the game is displaying at 60 frames per second, then each frame should represent 1/60th of a second of simulation time. Braid plays around with time very heavily though, especially on this world. Through World 4, we use the player's speed at the start of the frame to determine how much time should be simulated. But as explained in another note on this level, when you're riding on a moving object, this relationship gets very complicated. It appears to have an infinite regress, where your motion causes the platform you're riding on to move, which causes you to move even more, which makes time go forward more, which makes the platform move further, and so on forever. An unsophisticated implementation might run many simulation steps instead of one, simulating ever smaller amounts of time until we decide that the residual amount is so small that we can ignore it. The problem is that running a simulation may require the computer to do a lot of computational work, which takes time. Running many simulation steps takes a lot more time than one step. And in this game, the amount of work to do in each step does not really decrease as we make the simulation time shorter. So we would be in danger of taking too long to compute all the simulation steps, resulting in a low frame rate for the game, which would feel pretty bad. Fortunately, we don't have to do a bunch of simulation steps if we know a little bit of math. The result of walking on a moving platform can be represented as the summation of a geometric series, and provided the speeds of the objects you're riding on are reasonable, the series converges. It's representable in closed form very simply. We just need to do an extra add, a multiply, and a divide. Much cheaper than running many simulation steps. We'll cover the exact math for this in the next part. In this world, time moves as you move. You move to the right, time goes forward. You move to the left, time goes backward. Usually you're running on solid ground, but what happens if you're riding on a platform that is itself moving? If you're walking to the right, time for the world goes forward because of your motion. So the platform, being part of the world, moves right. Since the platform is carrying you, it takes you even further to the right than you would have gone if you were just walking. So time should go forward even faster because your speed through the world is faster than walking speed. If you're walking to the left, time goes backward in the whole world, and the platform, being part of the world, goes left now because right was forward for the platform, left is backward. This carries you further to the left, which makes time go backward even faster than on solid ground. So interestingly, time goes faster in both directions. Riding on a moving object acts as an amplifier of the amount of time that passes both forward and backward, as long as the object is moving to the right when time is forward. If the object is moving to the left when time is forward, it works against your walking speed, so it reduces the amount of time that passes, so you go more slowly, again, both forward and backward. Since before you get to this world, the game involves riding on lots of moving objects, the game would be incomplete if it didn't explore the interaction of platforms with the world for time behavior, and the player would miss out on some weird moments. In this level, I wanted the player to interact with a surface moving forward and a surface moving backward. I wanted them close to each other so you could see both moving at once. Usually in this game, the platforms you ride on are short, but the speed up or slow down effect would only happen momentarily on a short surface because you would walk off the surface pretty quickly, and that would be disorienting due to the rapidly changing speeds, and it would be harder for the player to understand what's happening, and harder for us to make puzzles with. So I needed a way to make long platforms. Here I did that with cannons shooting clouds at a very fast rate, though on the right side of the level we have a comically large cloud that floats by for no apparent reason. There are also some technical issues involved in making this all happen, doing the programming and working out the math, that are pretty interesting.
Alright, okay. Take me to the next one. Oh wait, what? Oh wait. There was another one up there. I'm gonna go up there.
I wanted World 4 to have a feel that matches the rest of the game in basic situations. You run around and jump and climb at the same speed as in other worlds. Then we use your motion to drive the advancement of time for everything else in the level. So first, we run our simulation step for only the player, holding the rest of the world constant. This gives us a value, delta x0, the amount by which the player moves in the x direction if the rest of the world were totally still. Most of the time, it's very simple from there. If we want to know how much time should pass for the rest of the world, we just take delta x0 and multiply it by some factor f that we use to determine how much time passes for each unit moved in space. This constant is arbitrary. We can turn it up or down, and time will move faster or slower relative to your own motion. We'll call the amount of time that passes as a result of this conversion delta t0. Delta t0 is just delta x0 times f. Now we're concerned with a special case. What if the player is standing on something that's moving? As we mentioned, the movement of whatever he's standing on should carry him as time passes, affecting the total x distance that he moves. So the amount of time that passes with each step should be different. Once we have computed delta t0, we know how far the platform or cloud would have moved in that time. If v is the velocity of the cloud, it will move by v times delta t0. Because that cloud is carrying the player, this also represents the additional distance the player will move. So if we say that delta x1 equals v times delta t0, the total distance the player will now move is delta x0 plus delta x1. But this extra distance moved by the player means that more time should pass. If we say that delta t1 is this additional time, so that the total time passing so far is delta t0 plus delta t1, then just like before, we use f to convert space to time. Delta t1 is equal to delta x1 times f. But so far we've only simulated the platform for a delta t0 amount of time, so we need to add extra time, which means adding extra distance, which means adding even more time. So we can compute delta x2, delta t2, delta x3, delta t3, and so on. Each delta x is just v times the previous delta t, and each delta t is just f times the previous delta x. In the game, because of the way we're plugging this into later World 4 code, we solve for the sum of all delta x from delta x0 to delta x infinity. If you wanted to think mainly about time instead, you could solve for the sum of all the delta t's. Because we just multiply v times f every step, this is a simple geometric series. It converges as long as v times f is less than 1. If the platform were moving fast enough, it could carry the player faster and faster with each step, so that an infinite amount of distance is traversed, which would make it pretty hard to play the game. Fortunately, as long as v times f is less than 1, there's a closed form solution for this equation, and this is it. To get the sum total of an infinite number of time steps, we just divide delta x0 by 1 minus v times f.
Ah, yes. Of course.
I wanted World 4 to have a feel that matches the rest of the game in basic situations. You run around and jump and climb.
Wait, I
at
already
the
just
same
read that.
speed.
Wait, why did it bring me here? Oh, it's because... Oh, it just did it for me. I just did it the hard way. Is there a commentary note here? Oh no, that was it. Oh yeah, no, that was the whole thing. Yeah, okay. So when the book's grey, it means I've already been in there, right? Yeah, it's yeah, it's already done it. Okay, yeah, if they're grey, that means I've already done it. Okay. Wait, that's not binary, because then it has 7. Why is that then? It's some kind of clock counting up in zeros and ones.
Once I had decided on the basic way this world works, that the player would go forward in time, while all the gameplay objects would go backward in time of their own accord, there remained a big question about how to make this actually happen in the code. Since the gameplay engine of Braid is all about recording the history of objects and playing them back later on, the most obvious idea is to use that same code just to make everything go backwards. During development time, you would set up a level with monsters and whatever else, and you just let it play with time going forward and record the history of that, just like we do for normal rewinding. Then, when someone is actually playing the game, you load that recorded history and play it backward, and the player is just exempted from that rewind and simulates forward normally. This was the first thing I thought of, and immediately I felt it just wouldn't be very good, because you'd never be able to affect any of the objects because those objects could only do what was pre-recorded. If you couldn't affect anything, it seems the game design would become monotonous, and all the levels would just be about bouncing off invulnerable monsters, or whatever. I wanted at least some reverse causality. For example, jump on a dead monster to make it alive. This brings a little bit of magic into the dynamics of that world and allows there to be cause and effect for something besides the player. Now, there might be ways to do this by pre-recording everything. For example, you could record multiple histories and branch between them based on the player's actions. This would use a much larger amount of memory. It would be very messy and hard to program, and it would constrain possible player actions only to the places that were pre-computed during development time. This constraint might prevent you from designing what you really want to design. The much more appealing alternative was to make a way for monsters and gameplay objects to somehow simulate themselves backward from moment to moment in the same way that they go forward. Monsters would undie and unfall. Figuring out when monsters should undie is not too hard. Clearly, it's when the player is bouncing off them. But when should they unfall, and how does the game know when and where they started falling so they can simulate back to that point? There are a few different ways to do all this. The solution I implemented does involve simulating the level forward at development time, like the pre-recording idea would have. But instead of recording the history of all the objects, I added some special code that creates invisible markers wherever major events happen. For example, when a monster hits a surface and bounces off, we create a marker and also record the velocity at which the monster had been traveling when it hit the floor. We save those markers with the rest of the level, and now when the monsters are walking backwards, there are indicators of where they should unbounce from their fall and then unfall upward. And at some point up in space near the ledge is a marker that says, if a falling monster passes through this space, it should land here. The idea is that during gameplay, we just simulate monsters backwards. So if a monster's alive, he walks backward, and if he hits a marker, we make something special happen. Here are the bounce markers on this level. Each marker says, hey monster, if you get here, launch yourself upward with some particular velocity, the negative velocity of the one we recorded when playing time forward. As long as the monster did not fall far enough to reach terminal velocity, then this should launch the monster back up to exactly the place where it fell off the platform. In reality, because of small inaccuracies in the way the game is simulated, these markers did not reproduce the motion perfectly backward, and I had to tweak the results by hand at least a little bit. There's another kind of marker up here on the cannon that says if a monster ends up inside this cannon, make it disappear. Also make the cannon fuse start unburning. We also need to start playing the sound effect for the cannon shot from the end and going backwards so that it finishes just when the cannon would fire. This is accomplished with more markers. When playing the level forward in developer mode, when sound effects finish playing, we put markers wherever the current monster is, so that during gameplay, when time is going backwards, we know when to start the sound effect. In other words, the cannons are not firing based on time, but based on the monster's position.
Oh, so it's fake. It's fake
This
rewind.
jump to revive situation becomes a little weird.
It's not actually
because
reversed.
what happens when you aren't jumping, but you're just standing there, and the monster comes up to meet your feet? If we're keeping with a strict interpretation of the rules of the game, maybe what should happen is that the monster just stays dead and keeps falling upward past you, because you couldn't have killed the monster if you weren't jumping. So, to unkill a monster, if we're being strict, you would have to jump into the air right above the dead monster's head at just the right time, such that it would be plausible you had bounced off it. But if the game were this picky, this might make levels extremely hard, and it might be really annoying to play. Hitting the monsters, unfalling quickly up the screen, would require difficult timing because the monster is moving very quickly and you can't see it coming because you need to hit it near the bottom of the screen where you're standing. And if the player isn't even sure that this is the right way to solve the puzzle, the difficulty in execution adds ambiguity. Is this the wrong answer, or am I just failing to do it properly? Is not something you want players to be confused about in a puzzle game. So, I made the judgment call that just standing on a dead monster would revive it, but pop you into the air in a jump. So in reverse, it looks somewhat like jumping on a monster to kill it. It's just that the positioning is slightly awkward. If I were designing the game again with the experience I have now, I might try harder to remove this standing bounce and make it workable that we require the player to jump. For example, I might redesign the level so that you can see further down below the playable area to see the dead monster coming up, which itself would be suggestive that you should jump on it. And I'd try to somehow hint the jump in other ways. But doing a good job would require changes elsewhere in the game. For example, if we let you see very far below the play area so that you could time the jump, it would feel very out of place compared to the rest of the game, where the floor is always near the bottom of the screen. There is at least one level where portions of the play area are pretty high up the screen, the pit, but that's because we want to make room for the pit itself. Not much play happens on the higher part of the level, which is off to the sides. And the rest of the game still sets the expectation that the ground is low down. One way to make this more natural would be to make another level earlier in the game that also has a high floor, and then have this level be a reprise of that one. Reprises are something we do a lot in the game already, but it's not easy to add more levels into a game that has a fixed number of puzzle pieces per world. Which other puzzle piece do I remove to make room for this one? And how do we make that level interesting? In order for it to feel good, the puzzle would have to have something to do with the ground being high up. But the gameplay excuse for this can't be reverse time because that doesn't happen until later in the game. So what could it be? It's just not easy to be a picky game designer. When confronted with the fact that reversal didn't work perfectly, so that monsters flung into the air by these markers did not reach exactly the place they came from,
I should do Dev commentary for my game.
the ideal thing to do would have been to keep working
This
on
is
the
good.
simulation code until the reversal worked perfectly. But when you're overwhelmed by the number of things to do to finish a game, and the simulation code is already pretty complicated because it has to support all kinds of different rules from all the different worlds, it can seem much more appealing just to do the quick fix. And tactically, this is often the right solution in terms of actually finishing the game. Especially back when Braid was made, lots of independent games would fail because the authors just got overwhelmed by how much work there was to do, so the games never got finished. I was very, very mindful of this and wanted to finish the game at all costs. The downside of a quick fix is that affecting other parts of the game in a negative way. And by doing a quick
OBS
fix, rather than
disconnected.
investigating and fixing the deeper problem, we could be causing big bugs elsewhere. Maybe rare bugs that we would not catch in testing, but that would cause bad experiences for a significant number of players. Many other games have had exactly this kind of problem. On the other hand, the imperfect reproduction of the markers could be a simple issue that affects only the World 1 levels, like a simple dependency on the order in which we update velocity and position. I chose not to open that potential rat's nest and just do the easy hand tweaking and work towards shipping the game. And maybe this was the right choice because the game did get finished.
But yeah, this last area of the game, he did copy the level straight up. But I guess he just wanted a quick ending. Oh no way, I did that. Yo.
Here is a simpler version of the Mimic distraction puzzle. I did think of this form of puzzle when designing the original game, but I felt it would be too easy to solve accidentally, or even when solving deliberately, it just wouldn't feel as strong. The aspect of the final design of having to enter a long passage from both sides necessitates more premeditation, and it just feels better to me. But that final design requires special programming to get the rabbit not to leave its area, because if he did go out from beneath the overhang, you could easily just jump on him and kill him. That is to say, this rabbit does not behave quite like the other ones, and the only reason for that is to implement this puzzle. Some designers would consider this a hack that acts as a mild blemish on the game. Here, to prevent the rabbit from being killed, we make the player climb up into a restricted area from which the rabbit cannot leave and cannot be attacked from above. Thus, no special programming hack is required. This initial cliff on the left is here because the rabbit chases you very slowly when you are far away. So, if you were able to wake him up and then walk to the left side of the level, you could coax him to walk all the way over to the left. Then you could successfully race to the ladder and win without using the parallel universe at all. Because that would break the puzzle, we prevent it. Today, with much more design experience, do I like this version of the puzzle better? Probably, as I'm more of a purist about these weird hacks. But there's still something enticing about the symmetry of you and your shadow entering a tunnel from opposite sides, having the rabbit chase you in opposite directions.
I do like
I
that.
wonder if, by working on this further, I could come up with an even better version of this puzzle that retains that symmetry.
I mean, I kind of like it this way, though. It's different. But it's not what Mr. Blow wanted.
On the Xbox 360, it was really slow to load things off the so-called disc because it, as an Xbox Live Arcade, this was a thing that was different for Xbox Live Arcade than the rest of it. They had some like extra compressed package format that was, I think, only originally meant for save games or maybe patches. So it had extra security or something. But then the way Xbox Live Arcade was implemented, all data came from that. But the point being,
You could pack all of these voice lines into an AI model. Thanks, Blow. Thanks, John.
loading data
You could just put all of it, make an AI model out of this.
once you were running was way slower than it was for like a AAA game that you bought from the store. And so my approach on that platform was we simply don't load anything after startup. And so the songs were compressed, OGG format, but I would keep the whole thing resident in memory and then uncompress pages as I play them. And then the absurd thing is graphics were compressed. So on GPUs, even back then, you had a set of texture formats that the GPU is fast at decompressing. That's substantially smaller than the uncompressed bitmap would be, but because it has to be fast for the GPU to use, is also not like seriously compressed, right? So the compression ratio is not great. It might be like 6:1. Whereas JPEG might give you like 20, 30 to 1.
Depending on how much loss you're willing to tolerate, yeah.
Yes. As it happened, like 4:1 or 6:1 was not enough to fit the whole game, but 20:1 was. So the ridiculous thing that I did for the 360,
You brought it in as JPEGs and then
all the bitmaps are in memory as JPEGs. And then when you use them on the GPU, I uncompress them to completely uncompress. Because recompressing them to GPU formats takes time too.
Yeah.
And if you're doing it as you load the level, I don't want to do that. So it actually takes more RAM on the GPU than it should by a lot because I'm trying to fit everything into memory the whole time. So that was fun.
We're designing the entire level last minute. Yeah, let's have a look. Oh, it's this one.
I try not to lock things down until the last possible minute, but with graphic games, it's almost impossible to do. That was the great luxury of text adventures, is that we could change major things up to the very last minute.
Well, you know, on Braid, I replaced an entire level in the last 4 days.
I did not know that.
Yeah.
You replaced it or with
Yeah,
something
I
else?
redesigned it, and then David did the art real fast.
Wow.
It's the last level of World 6, the one with the cannon pointing vertically.
Yeah.
That used to be a less interesting, more complicated level.
And you decided at the last minute that it wasn't good enough. And
Yeah, I was like, I don't like this level. Let me see if I can do something else. And then I had the vertical cannon idea. And I honestly don't even remember what the old level was. At this point, I just remember that. That was a
So
very late swap.
So at that point in the game, though, the process of building levels and making art was so well established that, you know, once you specified it, it wouldn't be, I imagine, that hard to make a change, or at least less hard than it would have been
No, I mean,
earlier.
you know, what the process looks like is I do the level with just rectangles where all the surfaces are and stuff, and then David already had the painting done for that world for all these pieces,
Yeah.
right? And then he just arranges them, and so it was able to go very fast. But yeah, like that was, I didn't change a lot of levels in the last week, but like a lot of people would tell you that it's irresponsible to do something that big that late, but the history of games is full of these things, actually.
I would retort that it's irresponsible not to do it if you think it's going to make the game better.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, it also you have to measure what is the possible fallout. How,
course.
if I make a mistake, how likely is it to be the kind of mistake that can be caught prior to release and all these things, right?
Right.
But this I judged, and in fact, like I knew that this was a ridiculous and or a funny thing to do with like 4 days left before we go into cert, so I wanted to do it even more. Yeah, good times.
I mean, I had many experiences, not with the text games, but with Loom, where very late I saw opportunities, but it was just too late. It's just I couldn't. You know, if I asked Gary Winnick for one
Dick
more
Richards.
bobbin animation, he was going to find a shovel and hit me on the head on it until I was dead. Right. So, and you know, the clock was ticking, and the game was over budget and over time, and I had to get the damn thing out. So, you know, I had to let a lot of, I think, nice little touches I could have added at the end had I had a magic wand, or there's some art in the game that I made.
Yeah.
Because I didn't dare ask the animators for it.
Yeah.
So I made it myself.
Yeah.
Right? Because I had to have it, and I couldn't ask them, so I had to make it myself. Then I spent, 18-hour days there, a lot, because of that.
Yeah.
But just it had to be as good as I could possibly make it. I looked terrible by the end. They told me I was like a gray ghost.
Wow.
It was hard. It's the hardest thing I ever did, I think.
It's video games, man.
Yeah, they're hard to make. So players, be gentle on us. We work so hard for you.
It's true.
It's true. Look at me. I'm an accomplished game dev with 0 games released. It's hard making games, guys. Oh.
Is your just quick technical procedural thing? Is your method that the programmer art and the final art produced by the artist is a drop-in replacement, literally?
Oh no, not at all.
Oh, so it's you had to reprogram.
I had to do a lot of extra programming, and so the game was totally working. For example, without any kind of parallax scrolling in the background, it was 1-to-1,
Right.
and just going from that to the parallax version with all these particle systems and stuff was a bunch of extra programming.
Yeah.
And we sort of did that over time as David did the art.
Yeah, that part I understand, but I mean, you didn't produce placeholder art for the parallax scrolling, right? So there couldn't be a drop-in replacement.
Yeah. Well, even so with these chandeliers, for example, we were working out the system by which we represent all these graphics in the game. And what I did was, David has like a Photoshop file. He's drawing the things in Photoshop. The way Photoshop works is there's a bunch of layers, right? And you can enable and disable visibility on them and all
I've been
these
using it since 1990.
Yep. And so we had this exporter. So rather than exporting bitmaps to some other format, right, we have an exporter that looks at the Photoshop file, looks at the layers, right, finds the sort of the bounding box of what pixels are set in that layer, possibly chops it into smaller pieces, both because there was a maximum texture size in those days, right, which is variable based on platform, but we could be like, well, we don't want any pieces to be bigger than 256 pixels wide or something.
There's another node.
My first inkling of why you had sent me this Braid game was when I was playing and came upon the level that has a level with a large, suspiciously oriental-looking monster occupying a chamber with 2 chandeliers. But then yesterday you told me that this puzzle with its 2 chandeliers and the monster was actually in the game very, very early.
It was, yeah.
Long before you had explicitly put in the A-bomb references.
Yeah, it was something like, it was one of the early prototypes. Something like,
No way. Unseen.
in the first couple weeks of development.
So that's creepy.
Maybe. I mean,
That's
it depends.
creepy.
It depends on how accurate you believe your
It's literally
interpretation
Mario.
is, and or
I think
what
I'm
your
not,
model
I'm
of
by far
causality.
not
in
the only
universe is.
person to have seen the parallel here.
I mean, yeah, it depends. How do you think the universe works?
Oh, so no, are we asking how that thing could happen? Oh, how far do we want to go into this, John?
Well, I would like to.
I mean, this
I
is.
would like to
You want to
stick
talk
with-
about causality?
I would like to stick with specifics of the game. For a
Okay,
while.
somebody pointed out, I had not noticed it, the images embedded into the chandeliers.
Mhm.
It has a figure, a woman looking at 2 men on either side of her, kind of in a repose, very similar to the Andromeda pose in some ways. Well, one thing it does is when the chandeliers break, there is a clear separation between the man and
Is
one of
there?
the men and the woman and the man. There's a breakup. There's literally a breakup there.
Is there?
So you're using your personal relationship metaphor is brought in.
Yeah, there
here,
is.
right? So that's cool. I don't know when you. I mean, so was that who put that in? Did you tell the artist put that in?
I feel like David did that without prompting from me, but you also have
There
to remember
is.
he was working on the game for a long time and knows what it's about.
Yeah.
So I feel like that's one of those things where he did that, and I was like, yeah, that's good, maybe. But again, I don't
So I
promise
understand
this.
this. You have 20,000 decisions to make a day. You don't going to remember the whole chain.
Yeah. I mean, I actually could probably, a lot of this correspondence was email because he was working remote for the majority of this. But we did meet once in a while in San Francisco and work. So, like, it's quite possible that this discussion happened in person too.
But that's. I just want to point out to the listeners who may not have caught what I said there. You claimed that the A-bomb stuff was a late edition, yet this was an early edition, and to me, at least, the parallel here, the visual reference is pretty easy to see. I mean, did you know subliminally or unconsciously that this was, or what do you think? How would you account for that?
I mean, I will
It
not.
could be pure coincidence.
I will not
right?
attempt to say anything about this specific thing, right? But broadly speaking, when I make games,
It may have been on your mind, and
okay, in the same way that, okay, if you're a player of a game, in the same way that your subconscious mind, whatever that is, helps you solve puzzles, however it does. Well, when you're making a game, you're basically trying to solve a very huge, very difficult puzzle, right? And fortunately, it's a puzzle with multiple solutions, but some of the solutions are a lot better than other ones. And in any case, it's very hard to solve because of all the pieces and how they connect together and the ramifications of moving one thing on the other things. So because it's a big, difficult puzzle, we should not be surprised that you wake up in the morning sometimes and know the answer to something, or maybe you used to think something was the right decision, and then one day you realize, I haven't really thought about this in a while, but I'm pretty sure that's the wrong thing to do now, and I should instead do this other thing, right? That happens with me a lot.
That's
Right.
true.
And there's 2 opposite ends of a spectrum.
Preach, brother, preach.
On one end of the spectrum there's a very well-defined situation. Like I have a certain scene in the game, and it's got these chandeliers in it or something, and whatever. I need to figure out how many hit points the boss should have. What's the right answer there? It's a very specific, well-honed-in scenario. So sometimes you think through that rationally, like, If he has 93 hit points, that seems very tedious, right? And if he has one, I can't do the game mechanics, right? But in some of those cases that get more complex, intuition for me plays a role for sure. Now, the other end of this spectrum is just deciding what to do when you're in an open-ended situation. It's like, I don't know what goes here at all. Like, I have to figure out what is a good game going to be vis-a-vis this thing. Like, imagine that you have the beginning and the ending of a game, and like, okay, what's the middle?
Right.
That's a really big question.
That's exactly how I design my games.
Yeah.
With the beginning and the ending, and I have to. Oh, I guess I need the middle now.
Yeah.
How am I gonna get there?
But that's such a big question, right?
Yeah.
And for me, that's when intuition especially comes into play, because the possibilities are so big and so disparate, you can't really think about all of the
No.
possibilities.
I call this the dividing infinity problem.
Yeah. And this is something that probably every artist in every medium has to do. Like, how do you decide what to do?
And what not to do. Yeah.
Yeah. We discussed a case where David came up with the details of how to handle chandelier breaking visually. And these details involved some thematic elements. And I hadn't planned those out ahead of time, and I accepted what he did. This might sound like I'm not very deliberate about what goes in the game, but actually it's a good way to illustrate how my job as game director actually works with regard to disciplines that I don't do the hour-to-hour work of myself, such as graphics and sound. Games can be big and complicated. I found that in general, I can't myself have enough ideas to fill out the whole game, because when you want high-quality work containing painted art or sound or whatever, well, part of something being high quality is that it has ideas in it. And because I'm not a practitioner of these sub-disciplines, it is hard for me to have these ideas a priori. And if I did have all the ideas, that might be stifling for the people doing the work, because they would have no way to bring creativity to bear. And if there's no creativity involved, you might have a hard time finding good people to do the work. As the games I do have gotten bigger, this has become increasingly true, that I can't have all the ideas myself. So what I do as director is to filter the ideas. My job is to have a very strong image of what the game is trying to be in terms of mood and overall feel. And when ideas are compatible with this, they go in. And if they're incompatible, well, we have a conversation about how to revise the work to better fit the overall picture. In this role, my job is to check ideas and sometimes, maybe frequently, to say no. And I've learned that it's very important for me to say no when things are not quite right, otherwise the game can suffer. In the case of the chandelier, everything went very quickly because the work that was done cooperated with the overall picture of the game and helped support its major themes. So I could just integrate David's work directly without revision. Sometimes things don't go so well, and it's best to catch those early before people do too much wasted work. Because if things go far without being checked, and then you decide, hey, we have to redo large amounts of stuff, people can become pretty unhappy.
Yeah. Yeah.
There are two things you want to do that are related. In 3D rendering, especially back then, right? Even though this game is 2D, it was running on 3D rendering hardware, as it is still. One of the things that's very slow when you're using this kind of hardware is changing what bitmap you're drawing all the time, because I'm just going to say stuff that won't make sense to people who aren't programmers, but there's a very deep pipeline where the GPU is doing a bunch of things in parallel, and especially back then, much less so now, if you want to do something drastic like change what texture we're reading from, you basically have to like flush the pipeline, wait for all the current computations to finish, and then, and it's also just slow for your program to talk to the GPU and stuff. And so if you're going to draw, let's say, 1,000 rectangles on the screen, I don't actually know how many we do per frame in old grade. Let's just say 1,000 as a number, right? That takes a lot of time. If you have to switch textures every single time. That's a lot slower than if you can draw, 50 rectangles all with the first texture and then another 50 with the second texture and so forth. Now, one thing that you often do in 3D, especially when you're drawing opaque objects, is you sort by texture. And
Oof.
again, this is a little bit of an older
Right.
thing that people do less now, but you would sort by texture, you batch all these things together, you send them all to the GPU, and then you do the next ones. Now in 2D, it's actually not even that easy because we need to draw from back to front because we have in this game all this translucency everywhere. Even things that are mainly opaque have, because it's drawn with a paintbrush that has a little bit of translucency at the edges, but also the look of Braid is that there's like a lot of sky pieces and a lot of particles and all these things that just blend together. And so you can't draw things out of order. There's two things that we needed to do. We needed to draw back to front, first of all, but then also as many things as we can draw at one time that have the same texture. We draw those in batches. So for a given level, that means that as many, like if there's a bunch of art that we think is going to be present in one level, we want to pack those into the same textures so that we don't have to switch them. And we didn't do like a super serious analysis where you could imagine like solving some constraint problem where you make absolutely sure that the things that happen to be in order on this level are definitely next to each other in the texture, but that would involve, some output from the editor.
Yeah, spreadsheets.
And then it changes when you edit the level and all this stuff, right? So instead, it's just more like generally, like look, and especially back then, because the art wasn't super high resolution, it wasn't that bad to say like, okay.
What res was this rent made for? In 2K?
So the Xbox 360 was 720p. Maybe it could do 1080, but it was infeasible for most games to even
so
try that.
1280 at 720.
Yeah, we were targeting 720p at that time. And so if your source textures are 1024 by 1024, which a lot of them were, and if a lot of the pieces are rendered slightly bigger than 1:1, which especially the background sky stuff was, you could fit a lot of stuff in the level into a relatively small number of textures. And so we just sort of do that. And so the job of this tool that I made, which was called the Pieced Image Maker, because pieced image was like the file format. It's like, look at the Photoshop layers, pack them into these textures, and then make a little output file that tells the editor, here's some name like, Rocky Platform A, and that is n rectangles.
An index.
Yeah, it's n rectangles, and these are the coordinates of them
In the texture.
in the texture,
Right.
But also then in like relative to some origin, right? And so then you can drag that thing around as one object, and it's like multiple rectangles. I'm sure other 2D systems probably have something similar. It's just like a thing that you want, and I'll say for people who don't know this stuff, the reason you want to do that. Imagine you have a very simple shape, like a big L shape or like a corner, right? Well, you want to economize on texture space, and which makes the file size of the game smaller and also allows you to pack more things into one GPU texture. So you don't want to store a bunch of transparent pixels that aren't going to impact anything on the screen. But if you have like this giant L shape and you treat it as a rectangle enclosing the L, which is the dumbest, simplest thing to do, it's 85% waste in transparent pixels, in file size, and actually also in GPU time, because your GPU will spend time blending these 0 pixels with everything else, right? And so it's a great benefit to not do that, and even more so on older computers, right? So that is all just to say that this format that was this,
weird
here's a
on my
bunch of
eyes.
rectangles glued together that you could drag around in the editor, was a thing that we developed in response to the art process that David was doing. And before that, the programmer art didn't do that. The programmer art was mostly just rectangle with a bitmap on it, and you could stretch it around, right? And so those are kind of very different things.
How do I get up there? Oh, I need to pull the lever. Really?
These are excerpts from an interview.
Oh. Yeah, of course. I think I gotta pull this. Oh yeah, it's caught the momentum.
It is very easy when talking about art with a capital A to like crawl too far up your own asshole and be lost up there
Oh,
and never
believe
get
me.
out, right? And as soon as we started this conversation, somebody listening to it thinks that has already happened, right? But again, like there is value in all these things, right? Even so, I'm not a big fan, for example, of the very concept of escapism. One thing that I got taught culturally, and that I think people believe even more today than when I was growing up, is that movies are escapism and books are escapism. And the reason they're so good is because they let you get away into an imaginary world away from your life, which is surely must be terrible if you want to get away from it, right? And I have never liked that idea,
I think it's
but not because it's completely wrong, simply because it's incomplete. Escapism actually is a valuable thing. People have a hard time sometimes. Sometimes they're so distraught or depressed that just getting through the next week, anything that helps you do that is valuable. And the
be
world
be it a movie or a drink or three or whatever.
the world is so big and there are so many people in it that the number of people in that state at any one time, in fact, is a large number.
Probably the majority, actually.
So, from that standpoint, a certain amount of escapism is actually very helpful. It is one of the things that can help us live. For me, however, though, I think that if that is all that we do, if that is all that we use this technology of art for, we're kind of missing something because it can do a lot more. The way that I always used to think about it when I heard this escapism idea, which I probably first heard in high school or something, I contrasted it with my own experience and I was like, no, like I go to see a movie not because I want to get away from things, but I want to go towards something, right? I go to see a film or read a novel because I expect that the author has something to show me that will enrich my life or change it in a substantial way, and that I will come out of that I'm trying to find the right adjective. I wanted to say a larger person than I went in, which is certainly true if you eat movie theater popcorn and nachos. But larger
A richer person. Yeah.
like understanding more, having a more nuanced view of the world,
Yeah.
a little bit wiser, and these things. And that pursuit, however it takes place, both on the viewer side and on the author side, is really what I mean when I say art with a capital A. And I know that different people can have different definitions, but to me, anybody trying to push that forward, even if they have very different ideas of what is meaningful than I do, we're on the same team in some way. And there kind of ain't that many people on that team, is what I feel like.
Whoa.
Let's talk about music, one of my favorite things.
I like music.
Yeah. So in the original game, you chose what they call in the biz needle drop. Rather than go out and commissioning specific songs, you went out and found music that you liked that you could license and licensed it. That's cool. That's how Stanley Kubrick worked for most of his career. Any composer in the world would have been delighted to work for him, but he chose instead to use recordings. And you did not choose that for The Witness because there's almost no music in The Witness, except for one glaring exception. But here you choose needle drop. So that was an economic choice, or did you consider commissioning music?
I mean, I probably thought about it a little bit. The thing to say before that is just, I was coming at everything in this game from the lens of, or the set of assumptions that hey, I'm just some dude who's mainly a programmer and also has a lot of ideas about design, and I'm trying to make a game, and I want to successfully make it and release it. I don't know where I'm going to release it, and I had some definite preconceptions about how things work that may or may not have been accurate to various degrees. One of them was licensing music is going to be super expensive, and one of them was I won't ever be able to get music on the terms that I would like.
Legal terms or
Yeah, like, so I want to make art that lasts a long time. I want people to be able to play this game in 20 years or 50
so
years.
you need perpetual rights.
You need perpetual rights. And my impression, which I'm still not sure if it's accurate or not, but back then it was, is that just as a small entity, there's no way you're going to get professional rights to any song you've heard of.
You mean any
Because they won't.
any mainstream pop song, or just any music at all?
Well, here's an interesting thing.
Because there are companies that sell perpetual rights to, you know, like Sound Dogs or many other.
Oh, yeah,
places.
that kind of stuff.
Yeah, I
fine.
mean you can. That's plentiful, and then you,
But
you have
what-
full
okay.
control over that.
So let's go back for a second, right? Aesthetically, in the game, right? I'm going into it. I'm saying this is an art game.
Was it not meant to cut off there?
Aesthetically, in the game, right? I'm going into it. I'm saying this is an art game. What does that mean? What do I want to bring to this game that hasn't been seen or isn't being done or that is atypical of other games? And there were a lot of different categories of answers, but some of them are broadly aesthetic. So, for example, if you go back in time to older platformers, they have a very tile-based aesthetic because that's what you can do on an old computer.
that was
right?
their
Is you-
architecture. I mean,
Yeah. You have a limited amount of memory. You maybe can't even address every individual pixel depending on what kind of system it is,
Right.
right?
But some of the handhelds, that's certainly true. Yeah.
And so that means things look a certain way. Well, now we're in a year when, that year being 2004 or whatever, when like those resource constraints no longer apply. And yet a lot of games are still descended from that aesthetic still. They're like influenced by it and carry it forward. So I was like, I don't want to see the same thing stamped out 5 times in a level. And for the most part, we avoided that. So one example that people probably usually don't notice, we've discussed this Monster Hunt level where there's little monsters on the top HUD, and as you jump on their head, they get X'd out, right? Both the individual monsters and the X's through them are all different bitmaps. Whereas in an older game, they would be the same bitmap, right? And that's a very simple example where a lot of people would just go do that. Like, oh, we need a HUD. We need to put 5 or however many. It might be 6, actually. But however many monsters there are. Okay, bam, 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 done, right? But I was like, no, I want to do this other thing. What does that mean when it comes to music? I didn't want
Video game music.
video. Yeah. Now, okay, so let's say there has been good video game music, but there are different kinds of good. Now, okay, so let's say there has been good video game music, but there are different kinds of good, right? Often good, especially the more historical you become. Often it's about doing something unexpectedly skilled within the limitations of what you have to deal with, right? So like if you go to the Commodore 64 and you have this SID chip and a lot of people are able to do a certain amount of stuff with it, and then you listen to a Rob Hubbard track on the C64 and he can make it just, the songs are just way cooler. And some version of that exists for every one of these, up until you're just playing regular
Digital audio.
digital audio.
Right.
There's some version of that limitation that the musicians are dealing with, and it takes a lot of skill to do well in that, right?
Absolutely, yes.
But often those constraints also like starves things artistically relative to other media. So for example, if you were making a game back in the not the home computer days, but like the home arcade machine, like home console days, I had an Atari 2600, which like couldn't even do music. Once in a while, there were like a series of beeps in sequence that was supposed to be
Oh no.
kind of musical, right? One of my friends had the original Nintendo Entertainment System, which could do music, I believe, if I'm remembering.
It had
right.
a synthesizer chip in it. Yes, it could
Yeah.
it could do crude music.
But it could maybe do like one voice or something. Maybe
Yeah, they all
more.
had hard
But,
machines.
but you also didn't have a lot of memory for the music, and so
Right.
it had to be a pretty short loop. And so the typical thing that you got on those is like there's a minute-long loop, and you play it while you're playing this level for like an hour.
So you're talking to a father of a son who was a rabid game player and developed a taste on his own, by the way, for the N64, right? Which is a machine that had hardware limitations in terms of sound and stuff, and but even later games that didn't have those limitations coming from Nintendo, they continued that aesthetic.
Yeah, well, that's
They
what I
continue,
mean,
right?
right?
They
It's-
continue that aesthetic.
We established that this is what video game
Right.
music is.
Right, and Nintendo continued that aesthetic even into the Wii, right? Where the limitations. I mean, they had DVD storage. Now they had
Yeah.
like multiple hundreds of megabytes to deal with, but there's still. So having these games playing in the background basically all day, every day, it was like some evil carnival has installed itself in your backyard and plays the same songs all the way and won't go away, right? And
Yes.
it drove me crazy after a while. The video game music, it was so repetitive, and the sound design too. It was the same, especially in the Mario games. They used the same sounds,
The jump
over
sound
and
or whatever,
over
yeah.
and over again, and for hours. And if you're not playing if you're engaged with the game, it's different because you're doing stuff. But if you're not engaged with the game, you're just listening to it objectively as a soundtrack. You want to blow your brains out after 5 minutes. Right?
Another piece of advice that I heard from some audio person at the GDC a long time ago is to judge whether your sound is good, record a gameplay session and then go listen to it from the other room.
Yeah.
Right? That's
So
like
that's
that's how you know if there's enough
So
variety.
that's
or not.
the situation of most parents. Is they're hearing it from the other room. They're not seeing the interactivity involved. All they're hearing is the same damn sounds being played thousands and thousands of times over again.
Yeah.
And,
Anyway,
yeah.
so I didn't want that
Right.
for this game.
Good.
Right? And so, for example, you mentioned jump sounds. The jump sound in Braid is pretty small, sonically. Like it's like a little, I don't know if that came through on the mic, but like I tapped the table, right? It's like your feet pushing off the ground. It's not like boing, right? Now bouncing off a monster is
Boing.
a boing, but like that doesn't happen that often, right? Whereas jumping happens a lot more often. And so I made this kind of decision where I'm like, I'm thinking about this stuff. People out there can, of course, have their own opinion about whether I made the right choices, but I was thinking about this through this lens of like, I know that these games are grading and they've sort of settled into this pattern where they decided what a platformer is and they're executing that pattern. I want to break that, right?
True. I was doing that for my game. I was trying to make as many different sounds as possible for everything, so no, I didn't notice any patterns or it didn't get repetitive or stuff like that. Especially in this game, it's way better in the remastered one. I mean, John had like a boing sound every time he jumped in the beta of this game that he showed. I remember that.
So now when it comes to music, clearly computers at this point can just play CD quality audio. And I'm like, okay, so that's what we're doing. It's a puzzle game. What does that mean, that it's a puzzle game? Well, you might be sitting in a level for a long time looking at a puzzle trying to figure it out. That means, firstly, if music is really short, it's going to repeat a lot of times. And that's just not really good for a lot of reasons. First, you get tired of it. What is music supposed to do? It's supposed to provide mood and maybe just give you a little bit of interest, right, in the sonic. And once you know what this minute-long track is, it stops providing interest. And it doesn't really provide mood anymore either, because it's just, what this thing is, right?
Yeah.
So, okay, what did I want the music to be? There's lots of examples of what don't I want. That doesn't solve what the game should be. So what did I want? Well, I knew I wanted this game to be very emotionally unprotected and
Wait, hold on. I got the game right. Did I not even set the game for the live stream? Maybe that's why I should really do that. Yeah, I didn't even put it in. There we go. Yeah, I did it now. Okay.
not like there's a way in which you're doing a professional polished game or product in general. There's an emotional hygiene that comes along with that, in the sense that there are ways that it's proper to be when expressing things in the game, and there's ways that it's not really proper.
Can you give an example?
And that's subtle. I I'm thinking of like straw man examples that maybe aren't going to be that informative. But let's, instead of proper, let's pivot for a second to personal versus non-personal, which is not the same thing, but related. A very high budget game with a large team, which may also be causal, who knows, right? Is very rarely personal. It doesn't tend to contain personal expressions unless they're from the person at the very top, but even rarely then, and usually those are fake, right?
So
Why? Because we've decided that there's this thing that these games should do, and it should
so let's use BioShock as an example.
It's been a long time since I played that.
But the creator had personal things.
BioShock is more personal than most games.
Yeah.
Okay. It is unusual. That is why he is regarded as, I hate the word auteur because people use it all the time in weird ways, but
I've never
in
heard
fact,
that
that's
word.
not even what that term means exactly.
No, it's not what it means, but yes.
But people use it that way.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, that's what it's come to me.
I don't know. And in fact, I'm realizing I don't want to go too far down this hole because I want to get back to talking about the music, which was
right.
the point.
Okay.
But, okay. I wanted the game to not be very emotionally guarded and not to be, like, if there was a choice between being personal and being professional, I would choose personal because there's so much less of that. And the vision of art that I had for this game, it changes with every game. Like, what am I trying to do? But I felt that games were usually not very personal. And then especially in the platformer genre, it was like this manufactured mascot thing. Which isn't to say there isn't creativity sometimes. So, for example, I worked at Oddworld briefly, not as an
No
employee,
way.
as a contractor, but like
Oh.
those games had a lot of character in them. Like Lauren made up a lot of like a
No
crazy
way.
world with characters that were not really that much like what you would see anywhere else.
Right.
But it's not really personal, I don't think. Like I don't know that much about Lauren from playing the game, or how he comes across in person, or how he feels, or whatever. So personal was somehow something that seemed very rare in video games and was not really part of the tradition.
That's true. I mean, I think that's part of what the indie game revolution was about, was the emergence of personal
Yeah.
games.
Yeah, quite possibly. I mean, I'm a little too close to it to really.
So it's odd because, I mean, in the early days of making games, they were typically made by one person or a small team,
Yeah.
right? And you would think those would be very personal, but they usually aren't or weren't. There were exceptions, but generally not.
Yeah, and in fact, I was thinking a second ago about, for example, arcade games were very not personal, even though they were often made by one person effectively. I mean, obviously not the cabinet and stuff, but
No,
you know,
but no, they were
right?
programmed by very small teams.
Yes, yes. Anyway, so when it comes to music, I wanted music that was of high quality in the sense that it really captured the deep and true kind of expressiveness that great music can have, that is entirely missing from 1 minute loops of platformer stuff.
You wanted real music.
Yeah.
Oh. What is that up there? Oh, yeah. When I'm stuck. Oh yeah, I'm not supposed to do that, I'm supposed to wait for it. Oops. Ah. I think he's gonna give me a commentary after this and say like, that level was annoying. Oh, that was too early. Unless I'm doing this wrong. Oh wait, am I? Yeah, that's what I'm supposed to do. Oh yeah, then I'm supposed to be in here first. And then I go out, and then I flip it, and then I rewind. There we go. But now what? Oh wait, yeah, stand here. I mean, was I really meant to do that here? I was meant to do it someplace else. I was meant to do it here, I think. Whoa. Oh, wait, what? Come on, come on, come on, come on, come on, come on, come on. I could totally get it when it goes around like that. Oh, I lost my momentum. I think that's it. Wait. There we go. Yeah, but how do I get that then? Oh, I know how. No. Damn it. Oh wait, I can just do that. Oh.
We didn't compose new songs for the new edition because I don't think it's necessary and because it's also too big of a change. I don't want to change what the game is. But we did, it's more like we invested more into a richer soundscape. Now, the actual sound effects in the original game were literally, I bought them for 99 cents on soundrangers.com
Sold out.
and did maybe a very small amount of audio editing. They were very utilitarian. They were relatively sparse. There weren't ambient sounds of any kind, so I was relying on the music to provide ambience, whereas you can often have both. And I just wasn't thinking that much about sound besides, I mean, I was thinking a lot about it in a certain way. You know, like I said, the jump sound is very minor, and I don't want sounds that don't indicate significant changes in gameplay state and that kind of a thing. But in terms of like actual quality within one sound effect, for example, like how good of an effect is it and stuff, I think I didn't have the bandwidth to think about that. And so the sound effects in the original game are not very good. I just have to say that bluntly. It's fine
Are
because
they
they're good
updated
enough.
now?
They are updated and they're much better. Now, they're better than they would be. So for a while they were purely, 99-cent sound effects. And then at two different times during development, when audio guys came on and worked on it, again, I'm talking about the original game, my instructions were just take what I was doing and make it a little better. Because the problem I had, again, with multiple people, so maybe I got unlucky, or maybe this was just the times, and this was mostly by email, right? I was like, hey, I'll describe in a couple paragraphs what I want, and then regardless, everything that I got back sounded to me like a sound effect from a casual game, right? Like a gem matching game, or Farmville or something. And that was wrong for this.
Plebeians.
Yeah, lots of like reverb and just like
Overprocessed.
made for people with short attention spans, it seemed like, as well, right? And maybe that's what, since these games were big at the time, there were a lot of them. And so if you're an audio freelancer, maybe that's what most of the people who try to contract your services
That's
want.
what they want, yeah. And they assume that's what you wanted.
Yeah, and after some back and forth, when I'm saying no, I don't really want it to sound like a casual game, I couldn't get that. And so what I said was, here's my original sound effect. Just make it a little better, and we'll go with that. And so that's what we did. And so, I mean, when I say the sound effects are not very good, I mean in a certain dimension of sonic interest internal to the sound effect. How much information is there in the sound?
Did you do any variations?
A little bit, yeah, but
During
not as many
gameplay.
as you would if you had a dedicated audio person on
Right.
the game. and
Or,
stuff.
or like nothing, like what you did in The Witness, for instance.
Like, I think there might have been 2 jump variations or something.
Yeah. I mean, nowadays, the new machines are capable of creating in real time all incredible variety of
Oh, yeah.
variety.
Well, and also the audio team on the new game did a similar thing. They had more license to bring more creativity to it and revamp the sound effects, and
And
they're
plus you
all
had-
high
and
quality.
Plus,
now.
you had an audio team.
Yeah, and that
You didn't
matters.
have that before.
One of the worst. Oh, I played a game recently that did this. I don't even remember exactly which one it was. I rage quit the game because it was a puzzle game, platformer, and I'm sitting there trying to solve a puzzle. And okay, one thing that platformers classically do is that the mascot or whoever has an idle animation, right? After you stand there for a while, it's a way of just having the game respond to you a little bit, making the character feel more alive. So typically, if you don't move for some amount of time, we play this animation. How long is that time? Your choice on that as a designer kind of determines what attention span you think your player has. Well, okay, and the size of the animation, which we'll get to in a second. But like, if you think people are fine sitting there for a minute, typically 2 minutes, and then the guy does some idle just to provide atmosphere and a little bit of character, that's one choice. Or maybe you're like, oh man, I really want people to see this idle animation. It's cool. Let's fire it off after 15 seconds so people see it a lot, right? That's a different choice about what your expectations are of the audience. Now, suppose you have an idle animation that fires after some amount of time that is approximately the amount of time that it takes to take in all the elements and start thinking about the puzzle. And then also suppose you have one of these like chiptune aesthetics and you attach a really obnoxious sound effect to the idle animation. So that every time I start dropping in and thinking about the puzzle, right then it's like whatever noise it is, and the dude's like looking at you like, what? Often these
I don't know what he's
mascot,
talking about. I want to know that.
animations are obnoxious. They're like shrugging or like, I don't know what to do or whatever, right? Like famously, this isn't really a platformer, but famously, like the idle animation in MDK. Do you remember that game?
No.
Okay, well, it's like an over-the-shoulder like kind of shooter game or whatever, but it's over the shoulder. You're seeing your character from the back, and the idle animation is like the guy looks and turns around and like whatever, because that was the way that you could see the front of the guy's face, except you couldn't see his face because the idea of the game is he's got like some sniper helmet with like a big Pinocchio nose where the bullets come out. I don't know. It is a weird game.
Okay.
Anyway, I didn't. So that particular game I was just complaining about is new. That didn't happen back in the Braid days, but I had that idea that I didn't want to do that stuff.
Cool. What's down here? Oh, I've already done this. But apparently I've missed one.
My first inkling of why you had sent is your.
We discussed a case where David came up with the details of how to handle chandelier. Early prototype was programmer art, and for example, those chandeliers were like
The square.
gray rectangles with yellow balls on it.
I do program
yeah.
art. Yeah.
Originally, as we said, they're just gray rectangles, and in fact, they would just sort of fall on the dude or not. It was like the minimum thing that you need to implement.
Right.
They would like change to a different sprite where the little glowy balls were like crushed or something, right? And that was also because early in the project, I was in a scarcity mindset where I was thinking the probability is that I'm not going to finish this game and I'm going to bail on it or something. So I have to minimize that risk and like, let's not get too big about what we're doing here and just go forward, right? But as the game went on and got bigger, I was like, well, I would be disappointed if we didn't do this or that. And in this particular case with the chandeliers, one of the things that I wanted to do is have in the game some representation of the idea of entropy going from low to high, and that being a thing that you can rewind and see happen, right? So like breaking the bottle or unbreaking the bottle is like a classic, it's like a classic example in physics or whatever.
Oh, that explains the wine glass puzzle piece, doesn't it?
A little bit.
Or that
Not complete. It's not completely explanatory, I would say.
but
right?
it's a
connective.
it's a connected thread.
Yeah.
Right. But it's those little touches that make the difference between an ordinary thing and a rich thing.
Yeah. But in this case, I wanted that in the gameplay somewhere. And early on, I'm like, maybe there will just be something as I design the mechanics. But then eventually, I'm like, well, no. I became very clear. We don't actually want there to be a lot of mechanics in this game because it shouldn't have that, right? Not a lot of like basic platformer mechanics, right? But I did have this chandelier opportunity to do that, and it's like, yeah, it's not very flashy. You want to do something cool in the game that embodies this idea, so let me do this thing where the pieces break off. And I'm pretty sure I remember doing the programmer art version of all the pieces, which was especially weird and bad. But then when David came along and did the art for the chandeliers, we did that.
That's the one I missed.
So then with the monster was programmer art. And in fact, the name, if you go in the code, the name of that monster is Gun Boss. And the reason he's Gun Boss is because early on, when you're just making a game and you don't know what it is yet, you get excited about I get excited about wacky ideas like, hey, wouldn't it be funny if this game like had a big dude with a gun in it, right? And then I started thinking about that, and I kind of didn't want to program a big complex guy. I mean, he was in the game for a while, again, similarly as like he's a texture that moves around, and you drop the things on him, and he runs out of hit points and dies with the HUD squares. Yeah. That was all playable for a long time. And then I think while he was still programmer art, I got the idea to put the horns on him.
I'm trying to understand the concept here.
So the point is he has 5 hit points.
And there are 5 horns.
Yeah, and every time you knock him with a chandelier, one of the horns flies off, and when he runs out of horns, he dies.
That's great.
Oh.
Okay, that's simple.
Now, I also kept
I never
the
noticed
HUD.
that, but it's cool.
Yeah. Well, I also kept the HUD, which is maybe why you don't notice it, because you don't need
Oh
that.
yeah,
Right.
I just
figure it out.
I mean,
realized.
HUD's almost either the HUD or the horns almost.
They're redundant.
Yeah,
And
redundant,
the
yeah.
reason I kept the HUD, like when I originally did the horns, I was like, we'll probably get rid of the HUD. And then I
People
didn't
might
want
not
to.
notice the horn. Well, I didn't
Well,
notice
yeah,
the horns.
well,
right?
exactly. But you might have noticed the horns if the HUD wasn't there.
Right.
But it
Might.
was just one of those things where I was like,
No, it makes
also
sense. I understand
the
it.
initial spirit of the game, like I thought it was funny to have a HUD like that. That's like, this is happening now. And I just kept that. It was like a flavor note that happens once in a while that I just kept.
That's a nice way of putting it.
This is obviously two redundant elements. So you should either have one or the other. And in fact, if I were being stern about game design, I would normally say that.
Redundancy is not necessarily wrong.
It is if
It
you
can,
want.
it can be a reinforcing thing.
It can. It can. Anyway, so I put the horns on him, but he basically was okay. So originally, like in my imagination, before I ever built the dude, he was like probably some dude standing around, and he would like aim his gun around, and the gun was probably like a big thing. And then I'm like, I don't want to program that right now because I have more important things to do. But also, you know, if you're trying to hit him with chandeliers and stuff, you kind of want him to be close to a sphere or a circle. And the reason behind that was because the collision code, right? So these monsters, for example, if you sort of think about what's the circle that roughly approximates their shape,
Some of these guys are mewing.
that's what the collision code is testing against. And so you want the visuals to be as close to that as possible. Otherwise it feels weird. Like, oh, I'm hitting him when I shouldn't, or I'm not hitting him when I should, right? And so then I thought, okay, maybe this guy is just a bigger version of one of these littler monsters. He's like got big and fat from living in his throne room or something. And
Or he's the boss.
well, he's the boss, yeah. And then instead of having this gun that spins around, I also thought about like, okay, where do the bullets come out if you have this gun that's changing angle? And can players deal with that? And do you have weird scenarios where if you're inside the radius of wherever the barrel edge bitmap is, that you don't get hit by the things, and then if you're
Oh,
outside,
yeah,
you
right.
do. I didn't really want any of that, so I'm just like, you know what?
Wait, did I
He's
miss
gonna
that
just
part? What? I
live
just
in
missed a
his
part.
throne. And so then I thought, okay, it's testing against, and so
How
you
did I
want
miss
the
that?
visuals to be as close to that as possible. Otherwise, it feels weird. Like, oh, I'm hitting him when I shouldn't, or I'm not hitting him when I should, right? And so then I thought, okay, maybe this guy is just a bigger version of one of these littler monsters. He's like got big and fat from living in his throne room or something. And
Or he's the boss.
well, he's the boss, yeah. And then instead of guy, now the specific, so I'm just like, you know what? He's gonna just shoot shots out of his mouth, right? So it was this process of simplifying the guy. Now the specific look, I think, was developed in large part by David, because the thing that I drew certainly didn't have many appealing properties. But we talked over some stuff like, how do the horns work? In the original one, it's just like horns stuck on this guy. I mean, what are they? Do the horns go into his head, or are they on the helmet? And like, there's weird consequences of thinking about that either way. You know, he's wearing armor as an indicator that, you know, he's tough, and it makes the character of the, well, you may think about who else in the game is wearing armor.
I was going to bring him up later.
Yes.
Others have noticed the distinct resemblance between this creature and the knight who appears in the final level.
Yeah. And so, you know, we had these discussions and balanced these factors, and came up with the design.
Which, considering the atomic bomb interpretation of this thing, is a rather interesting thing to do. What does
I'm
that?
just-
What does
I'm
that
just telling
imply?
you how it went.
Yeah, but what does that imply, John? I mean, the princess is running into the arms of what?
You know, the game is what it is, man.
Yeah,
So,
okay. That's a non-answer. So that's okay. It's like, you don't have to. Some of these things don't have answers. It's something the listeners have to appreciate.
they're not, you know, there aren't answers
not
that I'm going to
answers-
verbalize.
Oh. So you actually have something in mind there. It's not.
What I would say is, the specific question that you just said is not exactly the way that I think about it.
Okay. Here he's doing his famous cagey act, people.
But yeah, there's other functional things that the boss had to do
Right.
as well that helped determine the look. So initially, I think with the programmer art version, it's just this guy, you drop the chandeliers on him, he dies, and then the key pops out. That's bad game design because, like, if there's something you need to do to proceed forward in the game, which you do here because the door's locked, you can't get out of this level. Most of the game you can walk through, right? But these levels, you cannot exit them by walking on the right unless you beat the boss. So there are the few choke points in the game, which is part of what makes them dramatic as well. Like if you could just walk past this boss, he's kind of lame. But so if you need something to proceed and the game gives it to you arbitrarily in response to something you did not expect, then you're not really proceeding intentionally through the game. That's like, broadly speaking, a not very good thing for a game to do.
Right. Yeah, Ron Gilbert makes this observation in his criticism of adventure game designs.
Yeah.
Finding the answers before the problem.
Yeah.
Right.
And so it was definitely a thing that I wanted to do, to make the key visible. And then how is it visible? Is he like holding it? That might imply that you can go grab it from him, because you can do that with the smaller monsters, right? And so it's actually like locked via some clasp onto his armor until he gets knocked out.
I like
These
the
were all
top
things that we
middle
went
one.
back, like
the
relatively
second one.
small details that nobody would notice were big parts of the conversation.
That's where the difference between something fine and something ordinary happens, is in those little details.
Yeah, but the problem is there's always things afterward that you look back and you're like, yeah,
course.
I should have thought of that
Why
one.
didn't I think? Oh, lost opportunities. It's
Yeah.
all my games, Loom in particular. Oh God, so many missed opportunities there that were low cost tweaks I could have made that just would have like amped it up. I mean, you see it all too late.
Yeah.
Right, because when you're in the middle of, I'm working 80-hour weeks for months.
Yeah.
You're not always at your best when you're.
Oh, totally. Like
in the
there's
weeds,
there's
right?
an expansive mode of mind that is conducive to that kind of noticing.
Yes.
And you don't get to do that when you're grinding through to-do lists all the time.
You do not.
It's a very different mode of operation. Now, I have a little bit of an advantage relative to what you're talking about with Loom, because like my games just take so long. Like calendar time
Okay.
These were all things that we went back, like relatively small details that nobody would notice were big parts of the conversation.
That's where the difference between something fine and something ordinary happens, is in those little details.
Yeah, but the problem is there's always things afterward that you look back and you're like, yeah,
course.
should have thought of that
Why
one.
didn't I think? Oh, lost opportunities. It's
Yeah.
all my games, Loom in particular. Oh God, so many missed opportunities there that were low cost tweaks I could have made that just would have like amped it up. I mean, you see it all too late.
Yeah.
Right? Because when you're in the middle of, I'm working 80-hour weeks for months.
Yeah.
You're not always at your best when you're.
Oh, totally. Like
in the weeds,
there's
right?
an expansive mode of mind that is conducive to that kind of noticing.
Yes.
And you don't get to do that when you're grinding through to-do lists
No.
all the time. Loom, because like my games just take so long. Like calendar time solves problems.
Yeah, well, it gives you more chances to see these things.
It gives
right?
you chances to like wake up in the morning and go, oh yeah, I know
or
what
have
the
the
answer
shower
is.
moment, right?
Yeah. But I found that those, if I'm too snowed under by to-do lists, those don't happen very often. But they happen much more often when I'm not.
Right.
But nevertheless,
No, I could have made. I mean, Braid took 2.5 years.
3.5.
3.5.
total.
Okay, so that's like
It's like 2 looms at least,
two,
right?
2 or 3 looms. Yeah.
Yeah.
I've not heard of this Loom game, but I'm interested now. Oh. Well, that's the programming one done. At least I'm sure. Oh, there's more this way. Oh, there's a bit of ground that's missing under there. Oh, can't see anymore. Oh no, I've been all the way over here, okay. Oh. Oh, there's so much more. Look at this. Oh, this is all designed now. Oh yeah, so wait, I was starting the program and then ended up in design. Oh my god, yeah, look at all this. There's so much. Let me get the visuals.
What I would do was kind of work with one brush a lot of the time, and that changed a bit which one I was using, but I'd work with one brush that was like a round brush with a very simple shape, or maybe like a little bit of texture, a little bit of grain on it, or like sometimes I was using a brush with a canvas texture that a lot of people noticed in the original Braid. I'm using one brush and its opacity is set to like 60 to 75%. And as I go, I'm sampling with the eyedropper. So I'm sampling locally, painting transparently, and then sampling again. So I'm getting more subdivisions of color. And so that's kind of how I worked on it.
And when you revisited it, did you go back to your old techniques to make sure you were sort of being true to Braid, or did you have new techniques to come up with sort of similar aesthetics?
I think I did largely the same thing. I was working, actually, I did the new Braid art mostly in Procreate on my iPad, which I was using for a long time. So a little bit different workflow, but yeah, very similar ultimately. Each room in the house does reflect the themes of the world that you access through the door. So the first one you go to is actually World 2, and this is the only room that's illuminated when you first enter. It's got a big, comfy sofa, big green sofa. There are going to be green hills in the world. The background is blue with yellow and green
I don't see a
highlights.
sofa. Oh, it's
That's
there.
like the sky. There's a guitar up on the shelf. You know, there's a stereo. So there are references to kind of, you know, music as animating and lively. There's also a vacuum. I guess that's just like keeping things nice and clean and tidy. maybe the vacuum references like being able to clean up a mess, which is a theme that you can undo your mistakes.
Ah, haha. Interesting.
In the second room, which is for World 3, the bear is there on the shelf. The bear is next to a little bottle with a ship in it, so there's a fanciful element. There's the mobile overhead. This is definitely like the bedroom, and it feels like a child's room. There's a kite, there's a little dinosaur, there's a scooter. These are childhood things. They're out, they're in use, they're active. So there's a sense of play and whimsy here. In the next room for World 4, the bear appears again, but he's flopped out of a box. So the childhood things have been packed away, and we're revisiting those ideas from a different perspective. And that's reflected too in like the puzzle painting for this world. It's about returning to a childhood place,
Oh,
and
yeah.
more a sense of like reminiscing.
I didn't think of it that way the first time. Oh. But that makes a lot of sense. I didn't know what this painting was about the first time, but now I do.
I'll be honest, I don't know if it's like good to explain everything, and I will because that's what I'm here to do. I enjoy it, but I also feel like these things are just supposed to work subliminally, and there's a whole discussion we could have about, you know, how and I don't know if like exactly what I would even say, like what my thoughts are, but I think there's something to preserve about how art, you know, you encode things into it intentionally, but then it's not that I want people to take one thing out of it. Like if I just wanted them to get what I was thinking intentionally, I would just say that, but the art is there to stimulate imagination and be kind of, you know, it becomes your own when you receive it. So when I say like, oh look, it's duality, so there are two lamps pointing in different directions, it sounds very simplistic. But you know, if you get that, great, and if you don't even think about it, that's great too.
It's two
Well, I
lamps
think
here,
it's worth
too.
having that conversation. So for me,
There's two
I agree
pairs.
that art should work subliminally,
Two pairs.
subconsciously,
Two
whatever.
pairs. Two
like,
pairs of people.
and
Two pairs of Tim.
this isn't a particular detail
And there's
I,
two pairs. Yeah, look.
you know, noticed or could put
There's two
a
everything.
name to, but I might have
Two
felt.
shirts.
I think that it's enriching to hear those thoughts after the fact. Like I've already done my pass, you know, like my brain has done its own pass. I'm interested in other perspectives now, you know, so I don't necessarily think that explaining these things to someone who's already gone through the game, as an example, is necessarily like pointing them in a direction or not. I think it's just kind of adding, but I see your point where like there's almost this difficult balance of people thinking artistic intent by the artist is like the only canon, right? And it seems like that's kind of what your fear is.
Exactly. Yeah, I like hearing what artists are thinking and what their process is and what they intend when they're making the art. But I definitely don't want to get in front of anybody forming their own impressions. Yeah, I agree with you. I would hope that people have a chance to form their own impressions first and then come to this commentary for like more enrichment or something.
So for you, the commentary should come after playing the game.
Yeah, I think so. I think play the game without commentary first. Because the worst thing is if people don't trust their intuition or think they need a map to the meaning of things, then I feel like
Oh, whoops.
what I'm doing is counterproductive.
Mm-hmm.
I just realized, yeah, look, there's two loads of things here because there's like two pairs of Tim, and it looks like there's one Tim here which is in the shadows, which he is in the world, and looks like there's another version of him in the back over there. And I've just made that connection now.
Talk to me about laying out the house, because you mentioned earlier that there was almost kind of a challenge fitting all of these onto the screen at once in a way that made sense for running around in, right?
Yeah, it's a pretty dense screen. You know, John didn't want to have a lot of unnecessary space or unnecessary things in general. You know, the house could have been quite large and sprawling, but I think navigating around a big house wasn't really meaningful. So here you can just see all the worlds you're going to go into, which is nice because you can directly compare them all. And it's also a status readout of your progress represented by the puzzle pieces you've collected in the frames. We tried a few different things to make all this fit in one screen, including ramps and different configurations, different positions for the ladder. And, you know, maybe the ladder isn't the most logical thing to find in a house, but yeah, it all fits.
Is there one up here? Yes, there is.
There is sort of another section to the house, which is this attic. So is there any significance into separating this area?
Yeah, well, the attic is not accessible in the beginning. The attic, you know, as you start the game, you can climb up the ladder part of the way and see the attic, and you need to finish the worlds to win each part of the ladder so that you can actually go up. So it's something early on that beckons you, that you know is in your future if you stick with it. It's a more withdrawn place. It's like clearly not just a storage attic. You could see there's a desk and some things in there. So it's maybe a place that presumably Tim uses. Maybe he has some private moments or private thoughts there. The background there, this view of the city when you're in the attic, is creating maybe some kind of wistful or distant feeling, like you're far away from things. Kind of following up the first view of on the bridge, which is of course very fiery. Now this is a much cooler impression, much more distant and cool. So the warmth is in the house, but the world is kind of far away. You're in Tim's private world.
So we're looking at a cloud screen, in particular the cloud screen for World 2. Now, you actually iterated on this screen quite a bit. So, you know, what's the screen meant to sort of convey or have people feel? And what was your approach to it?
The cloud screen, which we called the world and story screen as well, though it's kind of a mouthful, is a liminal space.
Whoa.
For those of you who like liminal spaces, this is a perfect example. It's an in-between space between the what we take to be the real world of Tim's house and the imagined worlds or created worlds that you go into. And it's a moment of reforming, reshaping. The clouds are a good metaphor because, as we know, clouds change shape, and a lot of people like to look at clouds and see things. So there's an imaginative, like, projection onto clouds very often, which fits the whole theme of the game, of these kind of created worlds that are an extension of Tim. The clouds were present in the version of the game that John showed me when I joined the project. He wanted clouds. We had a kind of fun digression into some alternatives that didn't work ultimately, but it was, I appreciated that he was very open to me trying things out.
So yeah, I mean, you went through some iterations on this screen, and you know, I don't want to go through the pieces of art right now, but it's like I do want to discuss that basic idea of there was a time where you wanted these screens to sort of be a preview of the world you were going into.
Right now, every world has the same screen, except that the text, the story is different. But this was an idea to differentiate them. And I think that's cool. I don't remember why we didn't do it. It might have been, you know, I think maybe one problem was just that if we were to screenshot the level layout and shrink it down, it might just not look terrific, especially for worlds that have very thin floors. Then The question is, what do you put around it? And you have to paint something very fine grain to make it match or generalize it all to a simpler version. It just wasn't a priority. There were some tricky things about it. Plus, probably conflicted with reading the text. So that didn't make it in. I think when we were doing the HD version, I may have proposed that again as though it hadn't happened before. But we didn't do it. Yeah, I think right away you can see something about our priorities with the new art, which was not to alter things in a meaningless way. So we came back to this with respect for the original decision making and original creative ideas. So it's recognizably like the same scene. I think if you were just shown the HD version, you might not even like think it's new until you compare directly.
Yeah.
That's not true throughout the game. There are some eye-catching changes, but we definitely wanted to stay faithful here. But there's some new effects. We did find some new ways to express the idea of a living painting, a world whose creation is observable. You can see it's not just a world you receive without question as like some eternal thing that predates you. It's actually a thing that's coming into being live, and it's the painted nature of it suggests, you know, someone made this. The brushstrokes are very visible, and it has a personal feeling. So there are some brushstrokes here that are like drawing themselves across the sky or across the buildings. That's a new effect.
And this is a look you were trying to suggest in the original as well, right? That this is a world that's sort of being created. Is it just that you executed it better today?
Yeah, I think we had the chance to enhance that idea, to express that a little more fully. Probably in the old version, the concept of the world that's being created in front of your eyes lives more just in like the various degrees of abstraction that you see. Like some things are drawn in high detail, but there's a lot of things that move towards abstraction, larger brushstrokes, kind of breaking up into their component parts that are very obvious, that tell you this is a painting. This is not trying to make you forget that it's a painting. It's a place, it's a world, but it's also constructed. It's also like made up. So yeah, I think seeing those brushstrokes live does enhance that idea.
You know, I look at this image and you know, I think the obvious color comparison here is fire. I mean, is there some notion of fire?
To tell you the truth, it was supposed to just be a sunset, and it was kind of late in development. I was getting feedback that it looked like the city was on fire, and I remember I brought that up to John, and he actually wasn't concerned about that ambiguity. He said, that's okay if people think
Of fire?
To tell you the truth, it was supposed to just be a sunset, and it was kind of late in development. It's like seeping throughout the city. I guess late development, I was getting feedback that it looked like the city was on fire, and I remember I brought that up to John, and he actually wasn't concerned about that ambiguity. He said, that's okay if people think that. And there are, I guess, reasons for that, but I was just thinking sunset. I guess as a product of just the way I would push light and color around, the sunset became this diffuse thing that's like seeping throughout the city. I mean, I think like the way the light works in my painting at the time is not always very scientific, so I just wanted the light throughout the city, and it became this, it looks like a fire, I guess.
It is very striking, though. I mean, do you still feel like, even though it came in the end, you did sort of accomplish this sort of striking imagery that you were going for? It's iconic imagery.
Yeah, I feel really good about this. First, I mean, it was based on John's programmer art version, which had Tim in silhouette on top of a building with what was more recognizably a sunset. But I turned it into a bridge. That's an association I have because of the type of like support structures underneath. I think of a track that's going to take you forward and a platformer like this is first about moving to the right, moving forward, and that is the first thing you're invited to do as a controller prompt comes up on screen. So I'm thinking of like the basic first element of gameplay that you're about to engage in that defines much of the game. So there is that reference to like a formal characteristic of the platformer genre, which this game does like engage very consciously in conventions of game design of platformers. So that's present. But then the background is this very free kind of explosion of sensation, of like a feeling. I think there's certainly like a wistful or poignant feeling or something like that as you're looking out over a city at sunset. I also really like the silhouette aspect because I think that creates a kind of mystery and question about who you are, who is your character. You begin to move, but you're not illuminated yet. So I think that that question of who is Tim is something that's explored throughout the game. And also the world is a kind of externalization of Tim. So here his like face is not visible, but you have the background giving a strong feeling. So it kind of creates this tension or question immediately about who's Tim and like what's his relationship to this world and what is the feeling.
And then once the background goes away, that's when he's revealed. Interesting. Oh my goodness.
This is a great place to look at the living painting idea, which is an extension of stuff we were doing in the old version, which has
I actually want to know how that's
large
made.
paint strokes, kind of free floating. There's an idea of fragmentation, of the world breaking down into its
I need a
component
shader
parts,
for that.
showing the hand of the artist, showing the artifice, the created nature of it, the fluidity of it, the malleability of it. And so in the new version, we extended that with these live brushstrokes, which were one of the most laborious things to put in. I manually placed them. I mean, first of all, I created a whole series of brushstrokes that would match different areas in the painting. So the different types of trees and shapes that you see back there, like they're the pointy evergreen style trees, and they're the little round trees back on the hill, and there are brushstrokes in the grass, and there are those like bright contour highlights along the hill. All of those got brushstrokes, which I made to be as multi-purpose as possible, but in some cases they're like specifically for a certain area. I guess the hope is that you'll at some point put the controller down or just stop moving and just look at the screen and enjoy a kind of lava lamp effect, that it's soothing and enveloping. Maybe at a moment when you're stumped and not sure what to do and you're thinking, that would be the moment where you really appreciate these details. I feel like you can run through and maybe not catch some of them, but I did spend a lot of time on it, so hopefully that's worthwhile.
For me, I may have never noticed these if you didn't point them out. Like I might have noticed that, you know, there was some, I don't know, wiggling going on, you know, like, but, you know, you did spend a lot of time on it. And, you know, I guess, do you mind that something you worked really hard on isn't?
Don't worry, David, I
necessarily
noticed it.
and might be entirely in the subconscious, if anywhere.
A little bit, because that
Especially the
wasn't
sun.
intention,
You should
that
have
it wouldn't be
pointed
very
out the sun.
noticeable.
I mean, look at it.
It's always a matter of figuring out how subtle to be, and that was definitely a theme on Braid both times. I want you to notice these things, but I don't want you to be distracted by them. It was a process of like tuning the speed of these effects to kind of find out how like loud they should be, so to speak. If you rewind and like you know, you can rewind faster, like if you hit I don't know what it is on different controllers, but rewind and then hit the bumper, left bumper a couple times or something. Well, there's a screen distortion effect that hides some of this, but you'll see it'll be more noticeable. You'll see the paint strokes drawing and maybe that'll help you out. But it varies scene to scene, but it should be something you can notice if you really like. Maybe you need to get a really big TV or sit really close, put your face right up to it.
Get a better TV.
Get a
so you
better
can see
TV.
my art.
The design of the basic monster character was definitely influenced by John's original programmer art character, which is a kind of flat affect or kind of moody looking yellow lumpy thing. And then Edmund McMillan worked on all the character art before me. Although in a lot of cases I redesigned the characters' faces and features, the animation cycle here is the same. So like the shape of the feet and how they're moving is Edmund's work. And when Edmund's version was like a brown hairy guy who looked kind of gloomy also. So it was always like a lumpy or hairy little round guy who looked moody. You know, he's basically a Goomba character. Are Goombas kind of moody to begin with? They're kind of grumpy and moody.
I mean, they
Mario.
have no mouth, right? Like it's just
They have a mouth.
eyes.
Oh, in the Sprite, you're right.
In the Sprite, yeah, the original. I mean, sure, now they do, but they tend to have. It's not furrowed. They have like diagonal brows, whatever you would
Yeah.
call that. So there's sort of a like grumpiness to them, I'd say.
They're grumpy, yeah. So I think that's in keeping with like the inspiration, but they've got more of a human face, maybe more of a Tim face. I don't know. Like I guess the texture of the hair or whatever is just sort of a shape I came up with. It's kind of feathery, so they're kind of feathery shapes.
I thought they were
I think it was
hedgehogs.
just like a furry, feathery thing that appealed to me.
Oh, they look kind of like hedgehog things.
These blocks here are funny to me because they come from very early in development, and I made a couple of bricks that they're kind of high detail and kind of a funny shape, but they don't show up a whole lot and they don't really blend in with the other things here. They're kind of unique and weird, like these concrete painted things that are kind of smashed up or decayed or something.
And there's like some kind of sheet or something on it. Like what do you think that is?
A sheet?
Like this sort of reddish hued thing that's on the concrete block.
I think the top of the block is just painted red to help it stand out as a surface. I don't know. They're like highly detailed painted things that are, I don't know, it just reminds me of sitting there painting something in a lot of detail, not knowing what it would go with. Actually, somebody wrote to me a while ago, and unfortunately don't remember his name, but he was really interested in Braid and doing all this research and like analyzing it in incredible depth. And he had a lot of developed thoughts about these blocks.
Is that me?
Interesting. But in reality, you just kind of
I did that.
you just painted too much until you were satisfied.
Yeah, I mean, when I'm painting something like that, it's coming from somewhere, and I'm making shapes that are interesting to me, and that's great if people find something in it. I mean, that's the whole point. But it was definitely a case where what he'd found was far more developed and interesting than whatever I was conscious of. The design of the basic monster character.
Oh no, I already did that one. Was that the last one? Or was there another one? No, that was it.
Did you contribute in a game design sense at all, or were you strictly limited to visuals?
I did get to contribute to design a little bit, and I was happy about that. I remain proud of it because I'd only recently started working with John, and it was all remote over email. So I didn't know this guy, but I was excited that we were doing this thing together, and it was a great job for me to have at the time. And John was trying to figure out how to visually justify, how to make it intuitive that there are moving cloud platforms that disappear and then reappear somewhere else, kind of looping. They're just moving platforms that have to loop. And he actually emailed me and some of his designer friends, and there were a bunch of ideas, and I had the best idea. which was to use something that already existed, which were the cannons. There were already two kinds of cannons: cannons that shoot fireballs, which is what you would expect, and cannons that shoot monsters. So there was already an idea that cannons can shoot non-obvious things. And so the cloud was just another extension of that, like cloud cannon. And that way you have the cloud itself is the visual starting point of the cloud. And when the cloud hits an object, hits a wall, it will disperse and then the cannon will fire again. So yeah, it was just like kind of an elegant solution.
As a former producer, I very much appreciate the recycling of concepts.
Yeah.
It's worth going into the situation with the clouds a bit more. Early on, I had wanted some kind of platform that you could ride on, and some other games had clouds, so I did clouds too. But they were implemented in a very simple way, where they would move from left to right. This way a bit more. Early on, I had wanted some kind of platform that you could ride on, and some other games had clouds, so I did clouds too. But they were implemented in a very simple way, where they would move from left to right through a marked out region of space, and when they got to the end, they would disappear and reappear back on the left. This provided good baseline functionality, but I felt this was a very programmery behavior for clouds. Programmers understand things wrapping through an interval, but for normal people it seemed weird. And understanding this behavior was important when puzzles got hard, and when you began slowing down the clouds and so forth. With the old behavior, if you used the ring to put two clouds closer together, they would stay closer together afterward as they kept wrapping through the interval, as opposed to now when they eventually disintegrate and are replaced by fresh clouds that are evenly spaced. Also, when the clouds wrapped back to the start of the interval, they disappeared abruptly, which looked and felt unpleasant. When David suggested making a cannon that fires clouds, and turning the clouds into temporary objects just like cannonballs, it seemed like a pretty good idea to me, but I wasn't sure if we should do it, since we already had some levels that used the older style of clouds, and I might break those levels by changing the cloud behavior. In particular, there was one level early in the game that was full of lots and lots of clouds moving at different speeds to make a big mess, because I thought the mess was funny and interesting, and I wasn't sure how that would go if there were cannons firing the clouds. Thankfully, though, I decided just to change the behavior to David's idea, break the game, and fix the levels that needed fixing. The area with a mess of many clouds, I just simplified down to something cleaner because the mess of clouds was not a very deep idea overall. This eventually became the beginning of the level called the Cloud Bridge, which now has merely one cloud cannon on the left-hand side.
It's got two. Oh, one on the left. Yeah, okay.
What is parallax? Parallax primer. Parallax is, I hope I get this technically right, but it's basically the effect as you move laterally and you're looking out sort of perpendicular to your direction of movement into the distance, and you see things closer to you moving more quickly than things far away from you. If you're in a car going down the road and you look out the window, distant mountains or buildings or clouds or the sun will appear to move hardly at all while the nearby roadside or whatever is flying by. So it's one way that we perceive depth. And of course, this is a 2D game. So the camera moving side to side is a great opportunity to create depth with parallax. And so we've added a lot more layers here. Yeah, it definitely increased the complexity and challenge of composing the scenes. You need to keep an eye on how visibility develops when the camera moves. Things get occluded by what's in front of them as the camera moves. And you want to make sure that the composition works as it evolves. And you don't want to put stuff back there that is never visible because it's always occluded. And so that's kind of an experimentation process, as well as a conscious design process. It got pretty tricky at times to compose these scenes because Braid wasn't really built to make any of this easy. Every object you see here has both a depth value and a parallax value, and they're not linked. And these are arbitrary values that I was assigning while I was playing. So, you know, something near to you might have a value of 10 or 50, and then like the hill in the background might be 500 or something. And these are numbers that I picked, again, arbitrarily. They varied from area to area, and I kind of would develop like a routine or a kind of a tendency, but then that might evolve. But I tried to leave enough space that I could put other stuff in between as well. Then the parallax value is separate, so it's on me to keep those things straight, because the problem is you can have conflicts between the depth value and the parallax value. So something that's visually behind other stuff moving faster than it, now you have a conflict, and it's kind of brain breaking and looks horrible. So you absolutely can't have that. But I had to like manually track all that stuff. And you know, when there are not too many parallax layers, it's not too hard to like throw stuff in and then find the right gaps in between for new objects. But then when I came back to add a lot more objects and it gets denser, it's very easy to find conflicts. And then all you can do is like subdivide your values more into like decimal points, or try to shift things back to create more space. So it's kind of silly.
You know, when I'm hearing that there's, you know, a depth value and a parallax value, right? To my mind, that's just universal math. You know what I mean? That like, oh, just keep a spreadsheet of like, know that if something's at this distance, it's this value, right? But you're saying you just kind of like observe.
I'm an artist, Frank.
So
I shoot from the hip.
So you just kind of observed and like manually tweaked and kept observing, and like that was your process. And you know, I'm almost wondering if, you know, by not taking a scientific approach, if by taking more of an artist approach, you might be creating interesting effects that wouldn't happen if you did things literally.
Maybe so. I don't know if it led to interesting stuff or not. I mean, I definitely did in one instance make a spreadsheet, because there were enough values and things to keep track of. So I did make a spreadsheet for the depth value and the parallax values at one point, but I don't know. I think I just, again, it was simple enough in the early stages that the tools kind of encouraged me to like throw something in, and then like it would be at a default value, and I would like throw it back 30, and then that would be fine for all the stuff of a certain kind, like all the trees back there. And then, oh, this one's in front, then I'd hit like Shift W or whatever and bring it forward. And it just kind of was simple enough to work that way.
Got it.
But yeah, it did get to a point that I dug myself into enough of a hole, I had to make a spreadsheet.
Wait, there's another thing there.
All this hassle David is talking about, involving the adjustment of depth values to sync with parallax values, is actually totally unnecessary. If I had known how much trouble it was going to be, I would have fixed all this early on, saving us a bunch of work. But I don't feel too bad about it, because this kind of thing seems to happen in every game, in ways different from the last, and whenever a new difficulty arises, it's extremely unclear at the time if this is one of those situations where we should buckle down and implement a stronger solution, or maybe it isn't that bad and we can just make faster and easier progress by persevering through the difficulties. Often, I still don't know how to tell the difference. I can just hope to keep getting better at determining the right choice to make at these times. Original Braid didn't have any parallax layers. Everything always scrolled at the same rate, just like an older 2D game. But the game needed to know which objects are in front of which other objects, which is what the depth values are for. Something with a depth value of 100 is behind something with a depth value of 50 and must be drawn first, so the closer thing can be drawn on top. It wasn't clear, till we'd been working on art for a bit, that we wanted variable parallax, at which point I needed to provide a way for that to happen. I added parallax values, which are a straightforward way of describing to the game how fast things scroll. A parallax value of 0.5 means that this object scrolls half as fast as the foreground. In a 3D game, depth and parallax are the same thing, and the game uses a perspective transformation matrix to make this happen. But in 2D, it seemed like we might want more freedom, And besides, if two things parallax at the same rate, we still need to say if one thing is in front of the other or not, which suggests a separate depth value. And anyway, we already had some art in the game that already had depth values, and it seemed like a waste to rack all that data in order to define depth based on parallax values. Big mistake. If you ever see yourself thinking this way when making a game, stop, especially if it's early.
Wait, say that again.
Active transformation means that this object scrolls half as fast as the foreground. In a 3D game, depth and parallax are the same thing, and the game uses a perspective transformation matrix to make this happen. But in 2D, it seemed like we might want more freedom, and besides, if two things parallax at the same rate, we still need to say if one thing is in front of the other or not, which suggests a separate depth value. And anyway, we already had some art in the game that already had depth values, and it seemed like a waste to rack all that data in order to define depth based on parallax values. Big mistake. If you ever see yourself thinking this way when making a game, values, and it seemed like a waste to rack all that data in order to define depth based on parallax values. Big mistake. If you ever see yourself thinking this way when making a game, stop, especially if it's early. Change how things work, take the hit, clean up the mess, and move forward. It will be much. Every game, depth and parallax are the same thing, and the game uses a perspective transformation matrix to make this happen. But in 2D, it seemed like we might want more freedom, and besides, if two things parallax at the same rate, we still need to say if one thing is in front of the other or not, which suggests a separate depth value. And anyway, we already had some art in the game that already had depth values, and it seemed like a waste to rack all that data in order to define depth based on parallax values. Big mistake. If you ever see yourself thinking this way when making a game, stop, especially if it's early. Change how things work, take the hit, clean up the mess, and move forward. It will be much, much better in the long run. For stuff parallaxing at the same rate, we could just make the parallax value of one thing infinitesimally less than the other thing, or we could just add a secondary sorting key. And no reason ever came up to have depth and parallax settings be inconsistent with each other. But because we left in the ability for them to be inconsistent with each other, David had to constantly guard against this and do a bunch of extra planning that apparently involved spreadsheets. Sorry, David. My bad.
Yeah, John, what the hell?
So far, a lot of the upgrades have been these sort of incremental things, just kind of bringing the game up to par at 4K. But I'm very glad we found areas to really add like notable features. John had guided us away from a Star Wars Special Edition approach, which is to say just putting things in to have more things. We really didn't want to disrupt decisions that were good decisions that we'd made before. But thankfully, this was an area that looks kind of barren in the original version, certainly relative to its importance, which is that it's got one of these puzzle frames, and that's kind of a big deal. There's a puzzle frame in every world, so in each case, this was an opportunity to add some scenery. And here, it's just to make it more unique. Rather than having more reused flowers and things you've seen before, it's a more cultivated feeling, like a garden, like people have put care into it, which totally fits the theme of the world. A sense of optimism and upkeep and tending to the garden.
And did you feel the freedom to upgrade this because it was so barren?
Yeah. There are cases where I tried more aggressive redesigns. Mostly those are not in the game. And it always just felt like, I guess there's just some awareness of the audience. Like we don't want people to be disappointed or feel like now you've made an alternate version that now I don't know which one I like more kind of thing. Like we wanted to make a new version that would be easily accepted as like better for the most part. And you can always play the old one. But we didn't want to make one that just felt like a diverged so much. It was now like going to create a lot of controversy over which one was more kind of correct. I don't think I felt like too much kind of respect or kind of like deference to my old decisions, but once I got in the weeds and tried to do something different, it just felt senseless. Like it felt like things I'd done before had been done organically in a certain context, in a certain like train of thought, and it felt kind of hopeless and ridiculous to like radically reinvent stuff. Like I did a couple mock-ups of like completely changing how like the underground boss area in World 3 looks, and it's just kind of silly and pointless. But I like this part. I like jumping down the big pit. And it's a good place to appreciate some of the new animation transitions and footstep particles. As you're falling, Tim turning side to side now has like a smooth transition rather than popping between positions. And when he lands, he does some kind of like he lands, he kind of catches himself with bent legs. When you land from that kind of incredible height, you should always bend your knees. You don't want to land stock upright because you will like decimate your knees and your ankles. So if you fall 7 to 12 stories, bend your legs on impact.
But below 7.
Then you want to be firmly upright because it just looks cool. Looks confident.
I had a friend shatter both of his ankles not bending his knees from a 1-story drop. So in a wheelchair for like 6 months.
Don't jump out of windows. But yeah, there's a big plume of dust when Tim lands here, and there's also smaller plumes of dust in other cases, so please appreciate those. That's all new stuff. I mean, it just looked kind of weird before when he landed and didn't have any kind of acknowledgement of the fall. This part also got a lot of attention, and I repainted a lot of this stuff kind of custom all as one piece, which again is unusual. But in the original art, that central column dividing the two halves of the pit is kind of haphazardly constructed from a lot of things I already had. And there are even a couple cases where you can see the seams because they really don't fit too well. It was really kind of stretching the premise of this collage approach. In the new version, I've painted it all as one piece and also painted a unique backdrop rather than reusing foreground assets for the backdrop, and corrected or changed the lighting. So the cave is actually dark in the background. So we have a more consistent use of value, which I think is more legible and creates a better sense of an interior space versus the outside.
Well, in general, I'm seeing a lot more contrast in this remaster.
Yeah, I mean, legibility is really important, and we worked on that in Braid, but I think I have a better grasp now of value and brightness and darkness as like a way to create clarity and everything. So yeah, we've added either dark or light shadows or like particles behind the foreground along its edge so that it just stands out better. Well, this guy is called the Claw, but it's a plant.
I just realized it
another
has
one
an
that
eye. I did not
looks
see
a
that
lot
before
like
in
Edmund's
the original.
design, especially in the eye. I think you
Oh.
can really see it, but really, it's Edmund's character. that
I
we
never knew it
repainted.
had an eye
Not
before.
a lot of changes. And yeah, he's
I did
kind
not
of
know
another
that.
like classic throwbacky character that you might consider familiar.
I can't believe I didn't see that before. It has an eye. I never saw that.
Similarly to framing the puzzles, you're also framing the castles
Right.
as sort of a new thing here, right?
Right. There's often kind of an empty space before the castles. And yeah, I did like wonder, is that empty space something to preserve? I mean, it's nothing to say empty space is bad. I think it kind of creates some anticipation, like you've just gotten through something and now there's kind of a break. But since it's a remake and we're looking for places to do new things, it actually seemed like a pretty good candidate for some new scenery. And so in each world, there's new stuff as you approach the castle. And I think it turned out pretty well. I think it was like not a bad decision. So here it's extending that idea of a very pretty, cultivated place, safe and harmonious, and kind of just taking the castle atmosphere and extending it outward a bit more. I like the shadow here when you go under that overhang that Tim falls into shadow. So that's something we did wherever we could.
So what are these castles to you? What do they sort of represent to Tim in your mind?
Well, let me just get out of the way that the castles are also a familiar game trope that we all know. So we are kind of referencing the history of games and consciously using the format of a side scroller to do something with a little bit different vibe, more personal and introspective. But what they actually serve in the story, I think, is kind of representing Tim's aspiration, idealism, castle being something really far removed from his like modern urban dwelling, but again is kind of a fantasy castle. It's not like referencing here like necessarily feudalism or like other things you might associate with like the construction of castles, but it's like something beautiful to aspire to, that his search would bring him to something transcendent. The dinosaur is another creature created by Edmund McMillan. I feel it's very much his design, and it's a very good one. I think I did the animations because I found different versions of the animations that I'd clearly done. So either I was testing alternatives or I did all his animations. Or maybe Edmund did the idle and I did the walk or the talk. I'm not sure. But the design is certainly Edmund's. I did try like variations on this guy, giving him a vest and other stuff like or a beard, but the simpler approach worked the best. He's clearly like a stuffed animal dinosaur.
And the dinosaur is outside the world, as in is in the house for the second world.
I like how the background now is like a single painting. That's something I got to do a few places. Usually we're trying to build things out of smaller multi-purpose parts, but here that whole background cliff is like a single painting. So I guess in the SD version, those pieces are actually foreground pieces that are just tinted towards the background, which means they have the wrong detail density. Background stuff is supposed to be rougher with bigger brush strokes. So we were able to correct that. Here's a place where we changed the camera zoom. Basically, the walls and floor are very thin, and it's not the best compositionally. It kind of feels nicer to have a little more of a border. You feel more like supported and enclosed, and it's just benefits the scene. But also, a lot of TVs by default crop the image in, which is one of the most insane things that we just have to struggle with in our modern world. So yeah, a lot of people will probably play this and like not even see much of the walls.
I didn't even know
which
it was
is
zoomed
crazy.
in the
So
original.
those are combined reasons for changing the zoom level. Also, please appreciate how every monster icon up in the
Don't
top
worry, I saw
HUD
that.
is uniquely drawn, as are the X's that cover them as you murder them.
Really? Wow. You're crazy.
John told me to do that.
We need each Goomba, every single one in the game. Different sprite. Draw them individually. Each 3 of these guys on the screen, all different.
Here's a level where we didn't try to reinvent the wheel. We just took the existing artwork and broke it down into a lot more layers. As you walk back and forth, you can see a tree that would have been a single cutout now is maybe 4 to 9 different pieces scrolling at slightly different speeds. So it gives it a lot more depth and a lot more subtlety. Out now is maybe 4 to 9 different pieces.
I remember doing the layout for the background here, and there were a lot more pieces. It was tricky to get the parallax values and the depth values not to conflict. You can see this tree towards the end of the level after the last spike pit is broken into a lot more parallax layers. As you go back and forth, it has an enhanced sense of depth. This is the longest stage in the game. Tim runs for quite a while here. From the beginning to the end, you see more and more of these unusual, weird plants until they're totally covering the ground. You might miss it at first because there's so much around you to distract you. I mean, first of all, you're being attacked by vicious rabbits, and then you've got the cannons to contend with. So you're very busy. Meanwhile, in the background, you are treated to this view of the distant hills and like the ominous clouds gathering overhead. Between the SD and HD versions here, there's a lot more detail in the clouds. They're kind of complex in their structure, actually, and they're composed of particle effects and everything. Combination of different types of things with variance across the sky.
Seems like the rain effect is getting more increased on this area as well,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah, there's a lot of rain, and in fact, there's a second type of rain, which is kind of a big falling sheet. So the more objects we have, the richer the scene feels. But then a really large thing like the rock begins to feel flat if it's not parallaxing. It's doesn't necessarily look like it has to have a lot of like Z depth that you would visually see as parallaxing, but it does come towards you to some degree. So if I didn't break it up into pieces, it would feel flat.
It is
And then
parallax.
there's the issue of
Yeah.
how many pieces does it need to be? Just two? Well, now it looks like a rock with two parts to it, but that's not what this is. It's not a rock with a front part and a back part. It is really just one part visually. So the only way to really like convincingly make it parallax is to break it into enough subdivisions that you kind of don't notice how many there are. So there are probably like 4 or 5 different parts.
So World 2 was sort of green and idyllic, and I think it's the most focused on drawing on your own experiences as a player. So World 3 is looking a little bit different. So what are you trying to convey with the visual difference between 2 and 3?
Well, there's a through line from World 2 to the end of increased danger and increased human presence or human-made structures. So we're connecting the second dot here with World 3 and trying to just take one small step towards danger and human structures.
Okay, so World 1 is maybe completely natural, and World 2 you're starting to incorporate, like even on the screen, like a bridge. Is it?
World 2 is completely natural, and World 3, begins to introduces this bridge, which is the first human structure you see. Well, they're trellises, but there'll be more as the thing progresses. More things made out of wood, which is comes from the forest. So it's just a small step towards like artificiality, I guess.
Oh yeah. Yeah, as you progress through the game, it goes from like forest, natural forest, all the way to like super regal looking like marble structures. Like clearly, oh, there's like no more natural life anymore. But it's like there's like fake plants just carved out of marble. And yeah, no, I see that.
Were there any iterations on how you visualized elements like this key in the door that aren't affected by time?
The rewind exempt effect.
Yeah.
Well, actually, the rewind exempt effect you see on the key on the door in the original, I don't know that I had any influence on it. I don't remember anyway. I think it's pretty simple. On the one hand, like you have these little dots that are kind of roaming around, and I think that was John's effect that just stayed in there. There's also a rippling effect around it, like a distortion map or something. I think Sean Barrett worked on that. I know he did some effects kind of late in development.
But there was some remastering of it?
Yeah, in the remaster, we did revisit these effects, and I know I drew and prototyped some like larger divergences, but stuck with something that was still green and still kind of roaming around the surface, not too different. But now They're these kind of chunky particles that are like shrinking down. So it's a little more interesting. One other thing about the vibe of this world, as we're taking one step towards danger, it is the idea of like the implications of Tim messing around with the rules of nature beginning to have maybe troubling, disconcerting, slightly dangerous consequences. Just opening the door to that a little bit. We didn't want to go too far. I wanted to create a sense of like encroaching unease by starting with this forest that looks very lush and beautiful, but as it progresses would become oppressive in some way. So there are plants that are kind of increasingly fanciful and strange that become more and more dense as you go along. So that was the intention. After I finished work on World 2, we went right into World 3, and we hadn't really plotted out that trajectory through all the worlds, so the pacing wasn't as clear. So the first thing I did was actually much too abruptly jumping into something very dangerous and very ominous. It was a nighttime forest, so we had an abrupt transition to like a dark palette, blues and everything. I actually did quite a bit of painting for all that before John said, pause, this is just a lot, like this is way too dark. We need to like just take a small step towards danger here. So at that point, actually, we hadn't yet done like an overview of all the game worlds. So at that point, I said, look, we need to like plot this all out a little
I like
more. So
that.
there was some overview work I did on everything to ensure that each world would progress at the right pace towards this sort of sense of danger in human structures, and also that they would be differentiated in palette and all that stuff.
I like that it was, this is too dark. We need to step it back a little bit. And then you just went full, like, beautiful golden sunshine.
Yeah, well,
It's almost like, you know, even further back than World 2 in some ways.
that's right. I mean, the sense of danger may kind of advance a little more later, like you go underground, or like I said, the plants become a bit oppressive. At least that's the intention. I'm not sure. You tell me how well that came across, but yeah, the danger is not like the main concept or anything here. It's really the idea of magic and kind of breaking the regular laws of the world, opening a door to something unknown, maybe dangerous.
Ooh, see that? The key, when he did that idle animation, the key went a bit weird then.
The trellises are a common feature. In the HD version, we added more variation across them. So there's like a secondary texture that has a lot of moss on it, and we use kind of mask effect to say when that second texture should show through. So we can create an irregular mossy effect. That was something I think John brought forward, that he wanted to break up the monotony or the repetition on the trellises. This is probably the best example of a visual upgrade that maybe errs towards like not better, just different. I mean, I like what we have here. It wouldn't be in the game if I didn't like it. But in general, as I've described, we try to not change things unless there's a very like specific purpose, or it was maybe a bit empty before. And in this case, I think there's like a little bit of friction between the two versions now. They kind of have a little bit of a different feeling. It's actually relatively subtle. I'm not sure I can characterize the difference exactly, but I do feel it's kind of more enveloping and enclosed in the new version. So
do you feel like you might have swung too far on this one, or are you pretty pleased with it?
you know, right now I'm pleased with it. But my opinion through most of development was it was a little bit questionable to replace this artwork. We were pretty conservative overall.
Well, okay. Any significance to the rain?
Each world has a weather effect. Here it's rain, and that's very useful for highlighting when you're rewinding, because of course seeing things fall up into the sky tells you very clearly and loudly that you're subverting the rules of nature. Things are going backwards. And in each world, it's also a chance to enhance the atmosphere. There's that Japanese saying about foxes have their weddings when the sun is out and it's raining. So there's something magical about rain on a sunny day. I guess it seems contradictory, though it does happen. There's this bright red bush that's kind of like an explosion where the fireball hits the ground.
I never saw
Here we have
that.
another puzzle area and an opportunity to add some new scenery. I guess I just always like big hollow trees. And you're about to go underground. So it seemed like a good chance to have a more interesting entrance to the underground. Hopefully it feels like you're going into the tree and following its roots down below. This tree has a lot of parallax going on in the branches. This is also a case where we've improved the contrast and foreground background clarity a lot by darkening the foreground and lightening the background and helping to define the ground plane with the mist.
Why did it just go down there?
So this character you fight a couple times. He's the only thing that's quite like a boss character. Edmund's version was a brown furry creature, maybe related to the kind of standard monsters. And I tried some different concepts that went in different directions, like more of a goblin type creature or a dog or other things. I guess it did end up to be a kind of dog. So he's got like a dog snout and a furry face. I don't know. I think it's just a combination of like something familiar that's sort of blown out of proportion. Like, I don't know, does Tim have a dog? I'm not sure, but this is something that could have come from the real world, but he's wearing this fanciful armor and stomping around. It was fun to build this creature out of multiple parts and kind of plan out the animations and how each part would function.
Something else that comes to mind is the quite a bit of new contrast with the chandeliers.
We increased the contrast a lot here. The chandeliers are green instead of brown. I mean, I think that was always a pretty poor choice that they'd be brown. Makes them look very like the trellis that you're on. I've also added some shadows behind the foreground, sort of separating the ceiling from the trellis. So the scene just reads better.
Do you have any story interpretation of what these bosses are, or are they just bosses?
That's a good question. I don't know if I have like a developed idea of what these bosses are. I think it's just kind of the stock idea of a boss or like a creature living down here in the lair. I don't know if it has a lot more resonance. Maybe if you run back to the center, we can look at his home.
Yeah, there's like a table with maybe some bowls or like a tea service or something, right? And a suit of armor kind of reflecting the castle theme, I guess. Maybe is that a shield?
Yeah, that looks like a shield. I guess the big table kind of implies like feasting, so
you think he prepares and sits down to dine on his victims.
I think so. I think he savors it.
And he collects antique armor.
Yeah. And hero shields. The upgrade here is all about improving the organization of space. Since you're moving between these different compartments, I like the idea of just differentiating them visually. It enhances that, there's a contrast. You're going from underground to above ground and back again, which just makes those transitions more interesting. There's also, in the middle of the stage, there's that area with the ladder and the tree and the gate, cobbled together in the old version and not very elegant or united. So in the new art, it was a chance to make it really feel like a tree, like a hollow tree with roots going down. And I feel it hangs together a lot better. So to me, that's was kind of crying out for improvement. So this is one of the first areas I reworked, and I really went crazy with the parallax. There's a lot of objects back there. My favorite is a really small plant that kind of you can only see with one at one particular position back there between the trees. Parallax is in and out of view, and in fact, sometimes there's a particle covering it up, as there just was.
Are all these books drawn differently too? A lot of them are.
pit stage first was introduced in World 3. So we're kind of iterating on that. But in this case, we're also going from the old world to the new world. Yeah, there's a marked change in environment and texture and everything. The plants are going away. We have rock and like more inert things, lifeless. There's a greater sense of coldness and distance. The background is further away. It's all blue. It's cloudy and austere. I feel this is a good world to observe the live brushstrokes, because as you run back and forth, you can see the painting being done and undone. Those are on the foreground rocks, and in the sky, there's those diagonal strokes in the sky back there.
It would be cool if it was like the whole level got.
And we also have like the
Painted.
curly clouds that are generating and changing. And of course, we have falling snowflakes.
So the curly clouds are they? Oh, I guess there's some in the old one, but you're a lot more focused on the curly clouds in the new one.
Yeah, the curly clouds were a staple of the original version, and now they're brought to life. More animation, more subdivision, and everything. Well, here's another puzzle area. So we did another visual upgrade, and kind of taking a cue from the rocking horse and the blocks in the preceding level, we have some more things that might be childhood toys. You know, a rocket ship and a dinosaur. I mean, these are also like things from maybe like science education, but from like the opposite ends of the timeline. Dinosaurs preceding humans and rocket ships from our sci-fi future. So there's kind of a layer of like scientific inquiry, but in a childlike way. The rocket ship and the dinosaur are also kind of helping to emphasize the nature of the challenge here, which is how to get to those high platforms. They're helping to draw attention to the fact of their height. You know, rocket ships flying in the sky, a dinosaur with a long neck eating from a high branch, looking like it's about to eat the puzzle piece in this case. So it kind of makes you think about how could you be as tall as a dinosaur or fly like a rocket? And once you figure that out, you feel pretty good about yourself, I have to say.
I mean, yeah, it does a really good job of leading your eyeball up toward where you're supposed to go. There's also, if you express science with this childlike imagery, that kind of reflects maybe him, you know, being naive and messing with nature.
Yeah, that for sure. Yeah, I think that's true, that there's a naivete about Tim's inquiry and playing with the laws of nature. Is he ready to wield this power? I don't know.
Stay tuned, folks.
Yeah, this is the one case where we really redesigned the castle.
I like this part.
I guess I just, felt like the old castle wasn't that interesting, and I think that probably had something to do with its unique characteristic of being one that you run through. Usually you get to the castle and it's like a large illustration in the background, but this castle is like in the foreground underneath you, and somehow that like led me to do kind of a more regular shaped thing. The motifs here, again, it's like drawing from childhood things. I mean, if the clues are in the puzzle painting for this stage. Actually, John wanted me to put a Commodore 64 in there, which was one of his first computers. So yeah, there's the kind of a motif suggesting a keyboard, and there's the tape, which was used for memory in those days, and above something that maybe resembles like a what's it called, motherboard.
Yeah, PCB.
Yeah,
I think it sticks to your rule of if you're massively changing something, it's in an area that's purely visual and there's no puzzles.
Well, we don't want to change anything that would distract you or disrupt the puzzle. So yeah, we've been more bold, certainly, where in like the castle approach areas, there's nothing.
There's
no
like
puzzles,
there's
so you
there's
can,
tapes down there that are moving.
be more
when I move,
distracting if you want to
spinning.
be. But I like this a lot. I'm actually happy with that. The cassette is just built from particle systems, like very normal particle systems, and I just figured out how to make it look like it was running.
Like there's like rolls of tape down there that are turning when I move. Ever slightly. Ever so slightly. That's a lot of commentary. My brain's a bit full now, but I'm inspired now, though. So, yeah. Thanks for slopping by.